Button's on. Is it working now? Yeah. What the hell? The purpose of this hearing is to discuss the State Department's FY 2025 budget request and explore the myriad of challenges facing the United States and its diplomats around the globe. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Mr. Secretary, let me say first, thank you for being here today. As you know, we are living in dangerous times. The world is on fire. We are witnessing the largest land invasion in Europe since World War II. The Middle East is on the brink of a full-scale war, and an increasingly aggressive China is testing our resolve as they look to invade Taiwan. The similarities between a war in Europe and increased aggression in the Indo-Pacific are dangerously parallel to the events leading up to World War II. Russia, China, and Iran are all connected in their efforts to destroy freedom and democracy. Weakness invites aggression, and our adversaries see that. And it all began with the fall of Afghanistan. This deadly and chaotic withdrawal was catastrophic and will remain a stain on American foreign policy for generations. Despite warnings from the DoD and the intelligence community, the State Department, Mr. Secretary, failed in its execution of the NEO, despite the dissent cable from your own staff on the ground warning of dire consequences of abandoning Afghanistan. Despite the President's promise to get everyone out, we now know over 1,000 Americans and almost 200,000 Afghan partners were left behind. Following the shameful withdrawal from Afghanistan, this administration projected weakness on the world stage. Shortly after the withdrawal, we saw the satellite imagery of the Russian Federation amassing troops on the Ukrainian border. Then we failed to provide the Ukrainians with the lethal assistance they needed until after the invasion. Out of fear of provoking the Russians, this administration slow-walked weapons necessary for Ukraine to win, giving them just enough to bleed out, but not for victory. If fear of provocation bound American foreign policy, the Nazis would never have been defeated. The Berlin Wall would still stand. The world's evil empire would never have been said, and nuclear missiles would still be in Cuba. American leadership must never be dictated by the whims of despots. That's why I mandated the administration in the supplemental bill send long-range ATACMS and other weapon systems to Ukraine as soon as possible to ensure a victory. When it comes to China, we have failed to establish the deterrence necessary to counter the malign threat of the CCP. We now know that China is supporting the Russian defense industrial base. Failure to project strength on the world stage has only led to an increasingly hostile China. Weapons I signed off on 5 years ago for Taiwan have yet to be delivered into that country. And I'm also disappointed that the President failed to certify AUKUS ITAR exemptions on the April 19th deadline. This trilateral partnership, as you know, is key to deterring China. For Chairman Xi is watching, and I believe he's the only one satisfied with this administration's actions. And finally, we are on the brink of a total destabilization in the Middle East. Israel is in the fight for its very existence from the terrorist threat of Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. And during their darkest hour, what did this administration do? They turned its back on our ally. President Biden's decision to withhold weapons approved and appropriated by this Congress is tantamount to an arms embargo. This administration is preventing Israel from their final key military objective of taking out the remaining battalions in Rafah. We need to put maximum pressure on Iran and its proxies. By not enforcing energy sanctions, Iran now has over $80 billion in oil revenue. We have appeased the Ayatollah and funded his terror operations, including their ability to attack Israel directly, which they did for the first time in history. By projecting weakness on the world stage, this administration has invited increased aggression. So why is it after this administration came into office that we now have a war in Ukraine, a war in the Middle East, and a potential war in the Indo-Pacific? Why are we limiting our allies' ability to win wars they didn't start? Mr. Secretary, red lines are for our enemies, not for our allies and our friends. You go back to Chamberlain, Churchill, we know that appeasement only invites aggression, conflict, and war. And Churchill proved that to us. And Ronald Reagan taught us peace through strength. I believe it's time that we return to the Ronald Reagan doctrine of peace through strength. And with that, I yield the balance of my time. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. We are now pleased to have the 71st Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, before us today. Sir, your full statement will be made part of the record, and I ask that you keep your remarks to 5 minutes. And I will strongly encourage, I will enforce a gavel with all members to 5 minutes so that all members can participate in this extremely important hearing. And with that, I now recognize Secretary Blinken for his opening statement.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to you, to Ranking Member Meeks, to all the members of the committee. It's very good to be with you today. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I thank you also for the partnership that we have had to advance American leadership in the world, leadership that is so essential to delivering on the priorities that matter to our people here at home. The need for U.S. global leadership and the need for cooperation, collaboration with allies and partners has never been greater. We have the People's Republic of China that's pursuing military, economic, geopolitical preeminence, challenging our vision for a free, open, secure, and prosperous international order. Russia's committing aggression not only against Ukraine, but against the principles at the heart of the United Nations Charter: territorial integrity, sovereignty, independence, that are the building blocks for global peace and security. In the Middle East, we're standing with Israel in its efforts to ensure that what happened on October 7th never happens again, as we do everything we can to bring to an end the terrible human suffering in Gaza and prevent the conflict from spreading. U.S. leadership is needed to address humanitarian crises elsewhere in the world, including in Sudan, Haiti, other places where millions have been displaced and many have been killed, but also to address global issues that no country can solve alone, including food security, the changing climate, transnational corruption, the fentanyl crisis. But with the support of Congress, we can and we are approaching these challenges from a position of strength. Because of the actions we've taken, the United States is stronger economically, diplomatically, militarily than it was a few years ago. We've made historic investments here at home in our competitiveness, our innovation, our infrastructure. We've renewed alliances, built new ones, secured unprecedented alignment with key partners in Europe and in Asia on the challenges of our time. We've delivered essential aid to Ukraine. In fact, the United States rallied 50 countries around the world to come to Ukraine's defense to make sure it wouldn't be erased from the map, as Vladimir Putin sought. We've rallied the international community to share the burden. For every dollar that we sent in economic and development assistance, others have collectively invested 3 more. Now, many doubted whether bipartisan support for Ukraine and other urgent national security priorities could endure. But last month, Congress demonstrated to the world that we will not pull back when you pass President Biden's supplemental budget request by an overwhelming margin. Our investment abroad does not come at the expense of our strength here at home. Far from it. Most of the supplemental, as you know, is being spent here in the United States, building up our defense industrial base, supporting good American jobs. We need to keep up the momentum, and that requires a State Department budget that will fully resource our response to the challenges of this time. The President's FY25 budget, requesting $58.8 billion for the State Department and USAID, does that in 2 key ways. First, it funds the essential missions of our department and USAID. The budget will ensure that the United States continues to be the partner of choice for countries to turn to when they need to solve big problems that also affect our own security and economic well-being. In an era of renewed great power competition, we have to be able to present the strongest possible offer, one that is relevant and responsive to countries' needs, and one that advances our security and economic interests. That's why, among other things, we're requesting $2 billion for a new fund to build high-quality, sustainable infrastructure around the world. Crucially, investments like these create good jobs here in America They expand markets for our businesses overseas. We're requesting resources for the World Bank. With $1 billion in U.S. funding, we can unlock another $36 billion in development fund capacity to direct to the top priorities of emerging economies. That's an enormous return on our own investment and essential for competing with China around the world. The budget also includes $1.7 billion for international organizations, including the UN, APEC, the Inter-American Development Bank, to help shape them in ways that reflect our interests and values. We're asking for $500 million to give more people around the world access to secure internet, digital technologies. Doing so will support our own economy through the export of technology products that are made here in the United States. It will help ensure that we and our fellow democracies remain the leaders and standard bearers when it comes to new, key technologies like artificial intelligence. The budget includes funding to address global issues that affect the lives and livelihoods of the American people, as well as people around the world, especially the synthetic drug crisis. It also funds our response to irregular migration, global food insecurity, public health, climate and energy security, problems that may be taking place in other parts of the world, but we know that what happens on the far end of the world will come back to bite us if it's not addressed and addressed effectively, including with our engagement and leadership. We're also asking Congress to fully fund the State Department's educational and cultural exchanges. They're one of the best, most cost-effective tools that we have for advancing our values and our interests around the world. They support students, researchers, young professionals from our communities who study and work abroad. We also need to guard against attempts by our competitors to spread disinformation and misinformation around the world. Our Global Engagement Center is critical. It's a critical tool for countering the threat of information manipulation by China, by Russia, and others, and we urge you to extend its sunset clause before it goes into effect in the coming months. To outcompete our rivals, we need to invest in the foundation of our strength abroad, and that's our diplomatic corps. That's the second pillar of the budget. The budget makes a strong investment in expanding our overseas presence, opening new posts in the Pacific Islands, the Eastern Caribbean. It will also continue our modernization of American diplomacy. We've reorganized the department to make sure that it can be fit for purpose for the challenges of this time, whether that comes to dealing with new technologies, whether that comes to dealing with global health, climate, dealing with China. We are making the necessary investments to try to attract and retain the most talented workforce possible. We're investing in our people in Washington, at our posts overseas, with training, with technology. We're promoting more agility, innovation, efficiency in our processes. Last year's enacted budget, Mr. Chairman, represented a 5% cut from the year before. And that challenges our efforts to deliver the results that Congress and the American people deserve. So, we urge you to support this budget, which helps us address the most pressing foreign policy priorities of our time and lays the foundation for continued strong American engagement and leadership in the years ahead. With that, I thank you and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Let me ask first, we, as you know, have been conducting an investigation to the Afghanistan withdrawal, and we'll be releasing a report of that in September. Will you commit to appearing before this committee for a hearing on Afghanistan? We've had the top brass of the Pentagon do so, and I think the Gold Star families deserve that as well.
Mr. Chairman, for the Gold Star families, for the President, for me, for everyone involved, we grieve with them, the losses they've suffered, including over 20 years in Afghanistan. We honor their sacrifice. And one of the ways we do that, of course, is by taking part in oversight, answering questions, giving the American people the answers they deserve. And we've engaged in very good faith in this. I think by our count, we facilitated transcribed interviews with 15 current or former officials.
And sort of my time's limited, but is that a yes?
Mr. Chairman, I've appeared before this committee 5 times, including one time dedicated solely to Afghanistan, but every time taking questions on Afghanistan. That's more than any of my recent predecessors have done. And
well, we look forward to your testimony in September.
Well, we can have our teams talk about that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee yesterday that you denounced the International Criminal Court's arrest warrants against Israel's leaders and committed to working with Congress on a bipartisan basis to find an appropriate response. I've been working with the Speaker and the ranking member and others in the Senate on potential proposed legislation to address this issue. Will you commit to working with this committee to find a bipartisan bill that would place meaningful sanctions on the International Criminal Court?
Mr. Chairman, first, let me say again that decision was totally wrong-headed, and any equivalence that it implied between Hamas and Israel and its leaders was shameful. We commit to engaging on a bipartisan basis and finding an appropriate response.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you on that. Earlier this month, the president stated on CNN that if Israel conducted a major military operation in Rafah, that, quote, we're not going to supply the weapons and artillery. Is this still the Biden administration's policy? And what specific weapons do you plan to withhold beyond the 2,500-pound bombs?
Well, first, Mr. Chairman, no one's done more than President Biden. No one will do more to make sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself. He was there days after the attack on October 7th, the first president to go to Israel when it was at war and under attack. In the time after that, he made sure that we deployed resources and assets to deter any further aggression against Israel from other quarters, which was very much a threat.
And we all know the history, but are you planning to withhold more weapons?
I'm happy to get to that.
And of course,
it's also important to note that when Iran conducted an unprecedented attack, a direct attack for the first time on Israel from Iran,
if Israel invades Rafah, will you withhold more weapons?
We actively took part for the first time ever in Israel's defense and rallied a coalition of countries. When it comes to Rafah,
that doesn't answer my question. Are you going to withhold more weapons?
To come to your question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that. When it comes to Rafah, we've made known for a long time our concerns about a full-on military assault of Rafah, the damage that could do to the civilian population, absent a clear and credible plan to protect it, and also to achieve the results that we in Israel both want, which is to deal effectively and durably with Hamas. And so in that context, particularly with regard to 2,000-pound bombs, which in a dense urban environment can do terrible damage, we've been in discussions with Israel about that particular weapon, and those discussions continue. Those were private discussions. It's unfortunate that it leaked to the press. It did, but those discussions continue, and our concerns about a full-on military assault in Rafah remain. We have other ways of dealing with the challenge posed by Hamas that we believe can be more effective and more durable.
Okay, let me just ask you this. We didn't find out about the withholding of weapons until we saw the president's interview on CNN. Congress was never notified of this decision. We just marked up a bill out of committee that requires advance notification. If you decide to withhold more weapons from Israel, which I would say was the intent of Congress when we passed the supplemental and when I approved these weapons, will you at least give us advance notification?
Mr. Chairman, we've gone out of our way. We've gone well above and beyond in previewing for Congress.
I had no notification, nor did anyone in this committee or Congress until we saw the president on CNN. That's hardly an adequate way to notify Congress. Lastly, Ukraine. We have a really bad situation going on, as you know. This is a sanctuary zone that the Russians have created. And what they're doing is they're lining up all their artillery and rockets and missiles just across the Ukraine border that they then use to attack the Ukrainians. However, your administration and Jake Sullivan have restricted the arms use so that Ukraine cannot defend itself and fire back at Russia. That's why I mandated the ATACMS in the supplemental, the long range, short range, and the HIMARS, that your administration is tying their hands behind their back, not unlike what you're trying to do in Israel. Will you change this policy so Ukraine can fight without one hand tied behind its back?
Well, as you know, we've rallied 50 countries over the last 2 years to come to Ukraine's defense, to provide it with the weapons it needs to defend itself, to push back against Russian aggression. When it comes to enabling, endorsing attacks outside of Ukraine, that's not something we've done, but Ukraine will have to make and will make its own decisions, and I want to make sure it gets the equipment that it needs to effectively defend itself.
Congress got them the equipment, and thank you for implementing that, but Congress did not put restrictions on the use of these weapons. It's Jake Sullivan and your administration that has put the restrictions on these weapons, and I talked to them, and they cannot achieve victory with these restrictions that you, not the Congress, have placed on them. And I hope you'll take that back to the National Security Advisor and the National Security Council and change this policy decision that is very dangerous and damaging to the Ukrainian people. My time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here and presenting your budget request, which I strongly support. Dr. Afridi did more for America than any other foreigner in the last 200 years. Yet he remains in jail in Pakistan. All Americans are dedicated to his release, but some not dedicated enough to agree with Pakistan for a Afridi-Siddiqui trade. And I would hope that you would urge the administration to make such a trade. I'm confident the Pakistanis would accept it. Obviously, the Pakistanis should release him without conditions. But no, it's very hard to ask any other non-American to cooperate with the United States when the person who did the most for us remains in jail. I hope you would also direct the U.S. ambassador to Albania to visit Camp Ashraf and demonstrate our continued concern for those who fled Iran and then fled Iraq. This is particularly relevant because President Raisi of Iran died, and while some mourn his passing, he was personally responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Iranians, including many who are the family members of those who are in Camp Ashraf. 30,000 people apparently have died in Gaza. Perhaps half or more are civilians. Congress has provided you with $9.1 billion in humanitarian aid. But there's other things going on around the world. 300,000 died in Darfur 2 decades ago, and now we see a new genocide in Darfur where tens of thousands have been killed. Looking at the rest of Sudan, 18 million people face acute food insecurity. 600,000 Tigrayans have died just in the last few years, and now millions of people face food insecurity in Ethiopia. In eastern Congo, we see 7.1 million people displaced. 1.2 million Rohingya are in camps in Bangladesh where countries have not contributed enough for their food, and therefore the World Food Program has reduced rations by 30%. The entire population of the Republic of Nagorno-Karabakh, or Artsakh, has been ethnically cleansed and now lives as refugees in Armenia. Can you commit that, and hopefully this is just a yes-no answer, can you commit that when you allocate that $9.1 billion of humanitarian aid, you will do so on the basis of where is the greatest need rather than which conflicts get the most publicity?
Yes.
Thank you. People think that the Middle East is as bad as it can possibly be. That's not true. Iran has a nuclear weapons program I'm sure my colleagues will ask you about. I want to focus on Saudi Arabia. Some think bin Salman's going to be a good friend to the United States, but even they must take the examples from the 1970s where the Shah was a friend of the United States, and every weapon system that he had was in the hands of the Ayatollahs by the end of that decade. Saudi Arabia will want a nuclear cooperation agreement with the United States. Can you commit to us that you will not send up to Congress a nuclear agreement with Saudi Arabia that does not include the additional protocol and does not meet the gold standard that we saw in the UAE nuclear cooperation agreement?
Any nuclear cooperation agreement that we reach will have to address all of our non-proliferation goals, and we want to make sure that, of course, we have gold standard agreements with whomever we reach these agreements.
Thank you. Hamas had allied organizations. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad is the better known, but there is also the Popular Resistance Committees, the third biggest terrorist organization based in Gaza, which has not been designated a foreign terrorist organization. And I wonder if you can commit to either designating them as either an FTO or or otherwise as a terrorist organization, such as a specially designated global terrorist, or at least come back to this committee in 30 days and tell us why you haven't done so.
Happy to come back to you. We're always looking to see appropriate designations to use whatever tools we can against terrorist organizations.
They are
but let me come back
proud
to you.
participants in the killing of 1,200 of Israelis on October 7th, and they've killed Americans. They meet more than all the standards.
Gentleman's time has expired, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Smith for 5 minutes, then we will recess for 10 minutes. We have 2 votes on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last Friday, Mr. Secretary, I chaired my 4th congressional hearing within the year on UNRWA, the UN Relief Works Agency, and its decades-long complicity in the most vicious forms of anti-Semitic hate, with a focus on the so-called independent UN review by Ms. Catherine Colonna. I've read her report very carefully, and our witnesses, including the former General Counsel, James Lindsay. He was the General Counsel for UNRWA, and he admonished us in the strongest terms, do not give money to UNRWA. He used to be their guy. Now he's not. Hillel Neuer, who's the Executive Director of UN Watch, testified and said the Colonna review was not independent. The verdict was determined in advance. And he pointed out all of the conflicts of interest of the people, the players. It was very narrowly focused, too focused, just on October 7th. And even there, it whitewashed. About the only thing that came out of it that was any good was to say that UNRWA does not vet employees for connections or sympathies with Hamas or Islamic Jihad, quote, unquote. 21 years ago, in 2003, I offered an amendment to redirect the money away from UNRWA to other entities that could be vetted to ensure non-anti-Semitism. This year, my legislation, the Stop UNRWA Act, Stop Support for UNRWA Act of 2024, was passed by this committee. It completely prohibits any U.S. contributions to UNRWA. It made clear, however, that nothing in the act may be construed to preclude the provision of humanitarian assistance through any agency or entity, as long as you certify, Mr. Secretary, that it doesn't promote, espouse, or affiliate with entities or individuals that promote violence or terrorism or anti-Semitism, and does not employ individuals who promote, espouse, or affiliated with such entities or individuals. Then, in March, the bipartisan foreign aid bill made it absolutely clear, no funds for UNRWA. Both sides of the aisle, both House and Senate, and that's until March 25th, 2025. My question is, are U.S. taxpayer funds to UNRWA still paused? Secondly, that's the other funds that were already in the pipeline or may be coming in from other spigots. Secondly, can you assure the committee that the Biden administration's investigation will be in-depth, a top-to-bottom review? From the moment your administration announced it, and when the UN announced it, they said they do such a narrow look, they're not going to see much. They'll know that 12 to 18 people committed atrocities, but unfortunately, UNRWA has been a child abuse factory, turning little wonderful kids who happen to be Palestinian into child soldiers by inculcating in them hatred towards Jews and to Jerusalem and to the Jewish state. So please, about your report, when's that coming? And hopefully it will be very comprehensive.
Thank you. Just a few things on this. First of all, we do support the implementation of the recommendations in the Colonna report. We think those are important and important to move forward with them. Second, there is a separate investigation that's going on. This is a UN internal report on the specific allegations, as you know, about the participation of UNRWA employees in the horrific events of October 7th. We await those results, and we will pull all of that together along with our own hard look at this. Second, we, of course, are abiding by the law in making sure that funds...
So no other funds are finding their way into UNRWA?
No other funds can or should be
Is
going to
it planned in
UNRWA.
the near future?
Nope.
Okay,
and we'll abide by it. Now, I will tell you, we do have a difference in view, because for all of the manifest problems and deficiencies with UNRWA, it's also been playing an absolutely critical and in many ways, at least in the near term, irreplaceable role in terms of being able to provide assistance for people who desperately need it. It has an infrastructure that no one else has. It has people that no one else has. So there needs to be a way to make sure, one way or another, that assistance gets to people who desperately need it. And so we can look at what can be done for the future, But in the near term, I've got to tell you, we still see that as essential. But no, we are not and will not provide the funding
Thank you for
pursuant
that.
to the law.
Let me ask you if I could on child abduction, international child abduction, and I've written a major law on it named after David Goldman. When the president of Japan was here, I gave him a letter asking him to get engaged. I would ask the administration, I would ask the president, you know, we all speak out on behalf, and he met with people, Japanese who have been abducted to North Korea, but the big concern is, what about our own children who have been abducted, 500 of them to Japan? And finally, the World Health Assembly is meeting. They're violating their own rules about procedure. Are you going to submit the WHO Pandemic Treaty, which is rife with problems, to the Senate for ratification?
Thank you. On child abduction, I'm, like you, seized with this. And for a long time, I applaud what you're doing and your leadership on this. And when we have countries that are not abiding by the Hague Convention or are otherwise engaging in practices that are keeping children away from their parents, this is something we take action on, and I always welcome working with you on that. Second, and very quickly, on the pandemic agreement, the way things stand right now, I don't see that coming to a conclusion in the near term. There's just not consensus on it. It's something we continue to work on, but continue to work on making sure that we uphold our own interests and values, including on, for example, intellectual property.
Committee will take a short recess for 2 votes on the floor. We will reconvene. The chair now recognizes Mr. Keating.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the Secretary for his extraordinary efforts, the travel, the stress, everything that's been involved, not just with yourself, but your staff and the other members of the Cabinet. They've been extraordinary. I want to center on Ukraine for the focus of my attention. A war that began in 2014, 6 years before Joe Biden became President of the United States, and one that, as that war escalated while he was president, he put together a coalition, unprecedented coalition of 56 different countries dealing with a contact defense group, working to, in conjunction with all our allies and the NATO allies in particular, 32 NATO allies that expanded under his watch as well. I would like to talk about, recently I was, just a few weeks ago, in Ukraine, spoke with President Zelensky, spoke with the Minister of Defense there, among others, and saw the impact of the 6-month delay that occurred in this Congress. As grateful as we are that we finally had a vote on it, the Speaker held this up for 6 months, in spite of the fact there were 311 members of Congress in bipartisan fashion that voted for that. And it did have an effect. That's the one thing that became clear from that visit, and it became clear afterwards. That also is a concern that people had. Our NATO allies that I'm in contact with all the time are concerned not about our current president, but our former president, who, in spite of the fact that about 2/3 of our NATO countries and NATO allies have reached their threshold, has said that if all of them aren't by that time, including a country like Luxembourg, then they'll be on their own. That's where the concern rests today. But the war has taken terrible toll and taken terrible concerns. There's somewhere in the vicinity of 120,000 documented war crimes by Russia. The kidnapping of children still remains a very difficult issue, and chemical weapons have been documented as being used as well. And the attacks on the infrastructure are enormous, particularly in major city, the second biggest city of Kharkiv. And along those lines, Mr. Secretary, I just want to see what you can say in an open hearing in this regard. I know some things will be classified, but if you could give us some indication, even if there's an openness and general discussion on the issue, I do believe when you look at what's happening in Kharkiv, myself, that just something that's maybe 5 miles away where they're lobbing these weapons, destroying the infrastructure of the second biggest city, that there should be more of a clear message from the United States with U.S. weapons that at least they can retaliate in a defensive position in that kind of proximity to go back at the source of that. So could you share with us what you can? Is there an openness to that discussion with the United States and with the coalition that we have so that that can be more clear? Because President Zelensky, members of their parliament, other officials that I've spoken with are concerned that they won't be able to do that.
Well, first of all, we are grateful that the supplemental was approved and is not only approved, but the materials that are being paid for by the supplement are now getting there. I wish it hadn't taken 6 months, really just in the nick of time. I was just there as well. I was in Ukraine about a week ago, 10 days ago, and I also want to applaud the chairman of the committee for the work that he did to make sure that we got the supplemental through. We are determined to make sure that not only does Ukraine have what it needs to defend itself, but we obviously constantly have to look at what those needs are in any given moment and how it can most effectively do it.
Are there
So
just
we're
at least
always-
an openness to that
we're always
discussion?
open to-
Because I
we're always open to,
had another question.
We're always open to conversations with our allies and partners
Yeah,
about what their needs are. We want to make sure that they have what
I'll
they need
convey to
when they
you at
need
least
it.
my feeling that they should be able to do that, and I hope that that discussion can occur quickly. Just quickly, and I've got a few seconds left, and it's tough. I just wanted to deal with Georgia, for instance. There's a real concern in Georgia now about backsliding that's going on now, the controversy about the foreign agents press bill in Georgia. Could you just comment on our efforts to try and deal with that issue?
Yeah, we're very concerned about the foreign agents law that was passed. I think it's right out of Moscow's playbook, unfortunately, and I think it clearly counters the desire of the overwhelming majority of Georgians to move toward the EU and EU integration. So we are looking very hard at what we can do in response to that, and I anticipate we will take actions. The EU is looking at the impact on the accession process for Georgia, so I would anticipate that there'll be things to come because of the impact that this law may have.
Due to the constraints of this time, I'll have to follow up with some written questions.
happy.
Again, I thank you for extraordinary service, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Secretary Blinken, earlier this week, I was grateful to achieve a phone call with the very dynamic and dedicated daughters of the late Maj Kamalmaz, who was identified as having been murdered by the Assad regime. Dr. Kamalmaz, an American psychologist, was kidnapped by the Assad dictatorship in 2017 while visiting an elderly family member. He was a devoted person to counseling people who have suffered from extreme danger. He was the father of 4 children. Dr. Kamalmaz is a Syrian American. Can you explain the refusal of the administration to say his name or condemn his murder at the hands of the Assad regime? Will there be a criminal investigation into his murder?
I'm happy to pursue that with you, and I need to make sure that I know the full facts of
And
the case.
hey, we're going to get them to you because
happy to
Dr.
pursue that.
Kamalmaz was a great American, a Syrian American who was flat out murdered. Additionally, as so accurately exposed by Chairman Mike McCall, the war criminal Putin is attacking Ukrainian citizens from Russian territory. It's just 30 miles to the second largest city of Kharkiv with a population of 1.4 million. And I'm really grateful we see with Congressman Bill Keating that our concern is bipartisan. Hey, we want you to do good. We want to succeed. War criminal Putin is murdering Ukrainian civilians as we speak, sacrificing Ukrainian lives to satisfy the false escalation narratives that has been repeatedly being seen as false is also immoral. When will the administration allow Ukraine to use the equipment to end the war and save lives? This is important. To delay equipment could lead to the legacy of Biden-Blinken with a never-ending war, as has been warned by the Washington Post even.
Thank you, Congressman. And every step along the way, we've endeavored to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs, when it needs it, can use it effectively, can maintain it effectively. As I said to Congressman Keating, we're always open to listening to our partners and, as necessary, making adjustments.
Hey,
So we'll
this
always
is so
continue to
clear.
look
This
at
is
that.
response to an illegal invasion. This should be to deter mass murder that's being conducted, and to not allow the people of Ukraine to respond properly is putting so many people at risk. And then we have dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law. And our enemies are clear. War criminal Putin claims Ukraine does not exist. The murderous regime in Tehran and its puppets claim Israel does not exist. And the Chinese Communist Party says that Taiwan does not exist. Sadly, Taiwan has paid for defensive weapons which are being delayed. And there must be a deterrence or to save millions of lives of the people of Taiwan. It's crucial for anti-ship missiles, air defense, and F-16 advances. I particularly appreciate the people of Chinese heritage as the only son of a serving in Congress of a World War II flying tiger who liberated China. And so we liberated China, but now the people of Taiwan are subject to a potential invasion, and the way to deter it is to provide the equipment. They paid for the equipment. We authorized funding for the equipment. What is your commitment to expedite the delivery to deter a murderous catastrophe?
Thank you very much, Congressman. We've notified more than $6 billion in foreign military sales during this administration, 13 proposed sales in 22 that I went forward with, another 7 in 23. That's by far the largest single and two-year notifications that we've made of weapon sales. The challenge that we have, as you know, in terms of moving forward on them is with our production timelines. And we are doing everything we can for a whole variety of reasons, including Taiwan, to make sure that those production lines are moving more quickly, more efficiently to be able to deliver on the weapons that we're providing to those who need them for their self-defense. We're committed to Taiwan's defense. We're committed to making sure that it has what it needs to defend itself, commensurate with the threat it faces. But the challenge that we have, as I think many members of this committee know, is with production and making sure that moves as quickly and efficiently as possible.
And time is of the essence. There must be deterrence to avoid an invasion, and it can be done if we provide the equipment and with the pre-positioned equipment that we have around the world. that there should be expedited to the people of Taiwan to avoid what will be the most catastrophic world incident after, sadly, the abandonment of the people of Afghanistan with 13 dead Americans.
And
so
indeed, we've
every
used,
effort must be made to prevent an invasion. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Barra. I'm sorry, I recognize the ranking member, Mr. Meeks, for an opening statement and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to make my opening statement. As you know, I was with President Ruto and the Speaker. Thank you very much. I'll begin by welcoming Secretary Blinken to the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and I know there's much that has already been talked about and much more that demands your attention all over the world. And I just say, with your travel schedule. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate how generous you've always been with your time and how responsive the department has been to the request made by this committee during your tenure. By my count, this is your 5th appearance before this committee, which is certainly way more than your immediate predecessor. Since you've last testified before us, the geopolitical landscape has only grown in complexity, plagued by continued rise in conflict, democratic backsliding, and humanitarian catastrophes. Hamas's October the 7th terrorist attack, the most horrific and brutal terrorist attack in Israel's history, has prompted a war against Hamas that has now cost tens of thousands of lives, including innocent civilians, children, and women. The people of Gaza now face famine-like conditions, which is why I commend the State Department that this administration's tireless efforts to broker a ceasefire that would free the hostages, which would include 5 Americans, and allow humanitarian aid to reach the population. I appreciate the administration's efforts to caution Israel against launching a large-scale military operation in Rafah without a credible plan for minimizing civilian casualties and stabilizing a post-war Gaza, and we look forward to hearing more from you, Mr. Secretary, on the department's ongoing efforts to address this crisis. Gaza is one of many humanitarian crises around the world, and I know your department remains focused on alleviating human suffering in places like Sudan, where we see the largest number of people facing extreme food shortages in the world. The situation in Haiti has only grown more dire, with Port-au-Prince having devolved into lawlessness, resulting from horrific violence, including systemic sexual violence perpetrated by gangs. And I'm grateful that President Ruto, who I just met with of Kenya, is here in Washington, D.C. this week, as Kenya is not only vital for sustained U.S. engagement with Africa, it is also leading the multinational security support mission to Haiti that is key to promoting stability as Haitians work to restore democratic governance in their country. And since your last testimony, we've also seen Putin's illegal war on Ukraine enter a new deadly phase as Russian forces pummel civilian infrastructure with warheads on a level not seen since the beginning of the war and push to once again take Kyiv. Ukraine has fought desperately to hold ground against Russian advances amid shortages in ammunition and defensive weapons, caused largely in part, of course, by the efforts of extreme MAGA Republicans to block the president's national security supplemental. Thankfully, Democrats worked across the aisle to pass the supplemental package, and I look forward to hearing more on how the State Department is working to quickly fulfill deliveries of those arms shipments so that Ukraine can replenish its stockpiles and continue its existential fight against Moscow. And it's clear that the atrocities of the world are the autocracies of the world are coordinating now more than ever to challenge the free democratic world and undermine U.S. interests and the international rules-based system that has for decades promoted peace and prosperity. Under President Biden and your leadership in the State Department, we have strengthened American leadership, revitalized our alliances and our partnerships, as well as forged new cooperative agreements like AUKUS to promote U.S. national security, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. This diplomacy will be pivotal to ensuring the Indo-Pacific remains free, open, and secure, particularly as Beijing is increasing its aggressive actions in the South and East China Seas and the Taiwan Strait, using economic coercion to advance its malign interests. However, we cannot outcompete Beijing However, we cannot outcompete Beijing diplomatically or economically if we are not willing to make serious investments in our diplomatic and development tools. Which brings me to the reason why you're here today, Mr. Secretary. The Biden administration's FY25 budget is a clear-eyed about the complex challenges we face and is in stark contrast to the America First isolationism of many of my colleagues across the aisle who continue pushing for draconian cuts to the State Department's budget. For all the talk we hear from my Republican colleagues about the need to outcompete China, they seem unwilling to make the prerequisite investments into our state, foreign, and operations and related programs, the budget that needs and meets the moment. So I conclude that with this. Our diplomatic and development personnel in the State Department need Congress to do its job and authorize a budget that makes investments commensurate to their needs and modernizes the State Department to meet the challenges of the 21st century. We need to stand by the State Department. We need state authorization bill passed on a regular basis for the heroes of the State Department, the men, the American men and women who stand, and I salute them. As I salute our military, I salute them for their courage, their bravery, and for being the representative to the United States of America all over the world. And with that, I yield back, and now I guess I can do my questioning. Thank you. So, in the 3.5 years, the administration has realized our alliances, as I just said, in a partnership in the Indo-Pacific in ways that we could not have foreseen a few years ago. Before the Biden administration, the quadrilateral dialogue, I can't even pronounce it, quadrilateral dialogue with Japan.
Say quad.
Say quad, that's right. With Japan, Australia, and India, ever met at the leaders level before the Biden administration? Has the quad, did you have Japan, Australia, and India, did they ever meet at the leaders level?
We elevated the leaders level, that's correct.
And has the AUKUS security partnership with the administration launched with the UK and Australia been a game changer in bolstering deterrence and keeping the peace in the Indo-Pacific?
It's moving in that direction.
And regarding the trilateral partnership with Japan and Korea, are we cooperating with our two Northeast Asian allies in ways that we had not before?
That's correct.
That is correct. And well, how many countries in the Pacific Islands has the Biden administration expanded our diplomatic footprint?
We now have an additional 2 embassies that have opened. We're looking at an additional 2 more. So we'll have representation in more than half of the Pacific Island countries.
So would you say this is building resiliency against the PRC's malign influence in the Pacific Islands?
Yes, I would.
And how has our relationship with the Philippines rebounded under the Biden administration?
Well, I think we've seen an extraordinary relationship develop especially over the last year, both President Biden, President Marcos, working more closely together than ever. That partnership, and by the way, you mentioned the trilateral relationship with Japan and Korea. We also now have a trilateral partnership with the Philippines and Japan, where we're doing work together.
And does this cooperation across Asia, does that help ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific?
Absolutely. We've got the most dynamic, fastest growing region in the world. We have more than 50% of global GDP in that region. And of course, the United States is a Pacific power. But being able to align so many different countries, to have all of us working together and in the same direction, that multiplies the impact of our diplomacy. It multiplies the impact we're having on advancing our interests.
Does it counter the PRC's undermining of rules-based order?
Absolutely. And the fact that we're able to do it together makes the difference.
And let me just ask this. Could the United States of America have achieved this cooperation without the State Department?
Well, admittedly, I have a biased view on this, but the answer would be no.
It's a great job that the State Department and this administration is doing. Let me turn to the concerning situation, of course, in Sudan. On May 14th, the administration sanctioned 2 RSF forces commanders for perpetrating violence in Darfur and threatening the peace, security, and stability of Sudan. However, the RSF leader has not been sanctioned. The current fight against the RSF and Sudanese armed forces for the city of Al-Fashir and Darfur risk escalating a humanitarian catastrophe. What's the State Department doing to demand accountability in Sudan?
Well, we're focused on a few things. First, we have, as you know, our senior envoy, Tom Perriello, who is out there every single day trying to drive forward on getting an end to the war, getting a civilian transitional government formed, unifying the professional armed forces, getting unhindered humanitarian access to people who desperately need it, and of course returning to the democratic transition that Sudan was on before it was disrupted by the generals. We think the best way forward is to resume the Jeddah negotiations that Saudi Arabia has been hosting with all of the key stakeholders, with the Saudis, with Egypt, with the UAE, with the African Union, with IGAD, and also, yes, as appropriate, to oppose costs on individuals or entities that are escalating the conflict and committing atrocities. So we're very much looking at that as well.
Thank you. Let me also ask this. Is it critical that Congress reauthorize the Global Engagement Center this year?
Yes, and in my judgment it is. In fact, I addressed that in my opening statement. This is this one place in government where we bring together all of our efforts to counter Russian, Chinese, and other disinformation and misinformation. And it's been one of the most effective tools I've seen, both in exposing that disinformation and misinformation, giving other countries the capacity themselves to deal with it, and to take more effective collective action. So, as I mentioned in my opening statement, I very much hope that it will be reauthorized because it sunsets a little bit later this year, and it's a critical tool. If we take that tool away, we are disarming ourselves in the fight against mis and disinformation coming from China, coming from Russia, coming from others.
My last question, is there any merit to the allegations, some from the far right, that the GEC is censoring conservative voices here in the United States?
No, and of course we're always prepared to work with Congress on any concerns, as we have. When concerns was raised, we tried to make sure we provided all of the necessary information so that people have confidence, and we'll always continue to do that. But those questions have been answered, and I believe, again, this tool is essential for us in order to deal with what really is a new front in the global competition, and that's the information front. We have to be able to fight effectively on that front.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for the great work you're doing, and please say thank you to all of the employees of the State Department. I yield back.
Joe Neal, the chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. Two of our allies have been attacked, unprovoked, right? Ukraine by Russia, Israel by Hamas. And I'm trying to juxtapose the situation here. I see that according to reports, the president wants Israel to outline what governance in Gaza will look like after an invasion, how Israel will reduce civilian harm in dense urban environments, and how to free as many hostages as possible prior to sending capability to Israel. On the other hand, I've got from the State Department here the integrated country strategy. And I went through it. What I see here is the mission and goal objective is to win the war, which I fully support. Nothing that I would like more than to see Vladimir Putin run out of Ukraine on a rail and worse. Restore Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And we've essentially given Ukraine over $100 billion and said, go fight Russia, go defeat Russia, regain your territory. Fully supportive of Ukraine winning that war. But at the same time, we've established a set of conditions on Israel. How about this condition? We have built, at the cost of the American people, $320 million a port, right? Operations were started on Friday, halted on Sunday because Hamas attacked the port, right? Hamas attacks Karim Shalom, the crossing there, which would allow aid from Israel and from the United States. So Israel has to pay for the aid of the people that attacked it and has to provide this information on a plan. Can you tell me what the difference is? What's the difference between Ukraine and Israel?
In a sense, there isn't. And as we've made clear from the start, these are both close partners.
Well,
of the
Mr.
United
Secretary,
States.
with all due respect, if there's no difference, why do we have these conditions? They have to come up with a plan of governance and the people that attack them. They've got to have a plan for the hostages. I mean, Russians have thousands of Ukrainian hostages, right? And have we Has the United States government, has President Biden restricted Ukraine's use of weapons in urban areas to reduce civilian casualties? Has that happened?
So, first of all, Congressman, no one has done more, will do more.
I know you say that, but it seems
No,
like
I don't really say
look,
it.
I'm just reporting what I'm reading. I'm just going with the facts. You can say that all day long, but the fact is that others have done more. And we're doing more right now for Ukraine than we are for Israel. President Biden's doing more for Ukraine than Israel. We took roughly half of the money or more from the aid package passed for Israel and gave it to Hamas, who's taking it from the citizens in their country and using it to fight Israel. So please skip the narrative and just tell me what the difference is between Ukraine and Israel. How come conditions on one and no conditions on the other?
These are not conditions. We give to our close friends, our best partners, one of our obligations is to give them the best possible advice we can. And so when it comes to dealing with Hamas, we're committed to seeing that Hamas cannot govern Gaza again, cannot pose the threat that it did that led to the October 7th attack. We've been doing everything we can to support Israel's efforts to defend itself and make sure that can't happen. And when it comes to Rafah, the concern that we've had and that we've expressed, as friends do and have an obligation to do, is that the effort to go in full force into Rafah to remove
where the enemy is, where the enemy
to
was
remove
just
the
reported,
remaining-
as you
yes.
know, Mr. Secretary, 600 tunnels into Egypt, into Israel, traversing weapons and military equipment to attack Israel. So when you say we're doing all we can, we're providing advice. With all due respect, sir, they need to win the war against Hamas and eliminate them, and anything that we're doing that stands in their way of that is unacceptable, including supporting Hamas, which is what we're doing. At the same time, you're saying no one has done more. Well, no one has done more for Hamas either.
I to say the least, don't follow that. Let me say this very quickly. One, we want to make sure that the defeat of Hamas is an enduring defeat. And even if they go into Rafah and remove the remaining battalions, there'll be thousands of armed Hamas left. Absent a plan for what comes after, and this is not a condition, it's simply our advice, then one of three things is going to happen.
What is
Either Hamas will
Ukraine's
remain-
plan for Russia once they kick Russia out of their
I
country?
actually laid that out just about a week ago in Ukraine, and I'm happy to share that with you.
It's not in here, sir.
I'm happy to, I'll share it with you.
Sir,
have
there
that
are
very
two
clearly.
different standards. You must admit that, and we in Congress wonder why, and the American people wonder why.
No,
With that,
they're-
Mr.
they're
Chair,
not.
I yield.
Joan yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you for being here and the hard work that you're doing. I'm tired from all the travel that I do, and I can only imagine. I'm going to focus in on the Indo-Pacific. The ranking member, I think, took a lot of my talking points, but I do want to emphasize the work that the administration's done there from the early days of the administration, really focusing in on a strong trilateral relationship between Korea, Japan, and the United States. And it really is at the best place that I've seen it in my 12 years. So really want to applaud the administration from early 2x2s, state visits, and then the Camp David Accords. I know we are working on something very similar on a trilateral basis. So Congress, the Diet General Assembly, can also emphasize the importance of the trilateral. The trilateral with Japan, the Philippines, the United States that was unveiled just last month is incredibly important, and I think we'll continue to see that prosper. The ranking member talked about the Quad Coalition. Again, a very important strategic coalition. Elevating that to the leaders level is extremely important. AUKUS is coming together in a very strategic way. So with the goal in mind of maintaining a peaceful, prosperous, stable Indo-Pacific, I think the administration gets an A+. That has done a remarkable job. And again, we will continue to work on that from the congressional perspective. I recently had a chance you talked a little bit about the Pacific Islands and reestablishing a diplomatic presence, led a delegation to Fiji, Tonga, and Tuvalu. And in Nuku'alofa, when we were there, and I think you were actually there previously as well, just reestablishing an embassy there, you could sense the excitement of the Tongan individuals. We've got a great diplomatic staff. It's small, but very enthusiastic. And again, small investments like that go a long ways. The one thing that the Tongans raised was, the lack of being able to get visas. There's a large, vibrant Tongan American administration. We did raise that with the embassy staff back there. Right now they've got to fly to Fiji. But again, hopefully in the FY25 budget, we can continue to expand services and do that. Also want to applaud opening embassies in the Seychelles and the Maldives. Incredibly important areas. We see in the Maldives, obviously large exclusive economic zone. We're watching, this tete-a-tete between India and China. But our being there, our having an embassy there, our having an ambassador there is incredibly important. My question would be if you can talk a little bit about the FY25 budget request with regards to the Pacific Islands, but also the Indian Ocean region, and embassies in Tonga, the Solomon Islands, the Seychelles, Maldives, and others.
Thank you very much, and appreciate the comments on the work we're doing. Look, as you know, and your own engagement has demonstrated this, when it comes to the Pacific Islands, they, of course, inhabit this vast stretch of ocean between the United States and our allies in Asia. And so, geographically, it's usually important. The President's hosted, as you know, 2 White House summits with all of the leaders from the Pacific Islands for the first time coming to the White House, and many of us have been there repeatedly. And when it comes to our presence, our embassies, of course, are critical. We now have embassies in 8 of the 14 Pacific Islands. We have two more that we hope and expect to open. We're looking at Vanuatu actually within the balance of this year, hopefully Kiribati after that. We have the newly recognized Cook Islands in Niue, which our embassy in Wellington represents. And of course, we need the resources to make sure that not only can we establish these missions, but the human resources can be there too. You mentioned that we have small operations. Yes, small but mighty, but we want to make sure that they're properly resourced because you have to cover a vast amount of territory. There's something else that's important, and you mentioned it. The collaboration that we built with key partners in the region, and particularly with Japan, with Korea, with Australia, with New Zealand, that allows us to multiply our efforts and to cover even more territory than we would if we were doing it alone. And so the coordination there, the work that we're doing together, for example, to bring undersea cables to the islands, doing that with Japan, with Taiwan, and others, to connect people, that is all vital as well. But it also requires resources in order to do that, to generate the private sector investment and partnerships that we need. All of that's reflected in the budget.
Well, and again, I applaud that. And when I was in Tuvalu last month, getting the Japanese to drop cables, incredibly important. So with that, I yield back.
No one yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Issa.
Mr. Secretary, thank you once again. I've got more questions than time, but hopefully we can get through some of them fairly quickly. We talked a little bit earlier. Currently, at my border, my 100 miles of the Mexican border, we have a massive amount of immigrants coming, not from South or Central America, but from disparate places. And I'll just take one example. The people coming there from China, over 20,000 of them in the last month, they flew typically to Turkey, then to Mexico, and then came into the United States. Turkey does not allow Chinese to enter Turkey without a visa. Mexico does not allow people to enter, including Chinese, without a visa. However, they are currently entering because they say, oh, just let us off the plane and we'll go to America. As our head diplomat with these 2 allies, one of them a NATO ally, can you or will you attempt to tell them that under international law, if they don't have a visa to the United States, you do not want them to come to make a claim that they could have or should have made before they got to our border?
Yeah. In short, yes. I think you've identified a very important problem. You mentioned the case of China. We have a record increase in the number of Chinese who are seeking to get into the United States, who presented themselves in one way or another. And there are other nationalities, too, that are far afield from our own hemisphere.
I mentioned China mostly because, as we both know, they won't take them back once they get here.
So you identified an important problem, and we've been acting on it. We've been working with countries in the region to get requirements for visas so that people can't simply come to those countries without a visa and then use that as a platform to come into the United States. We've reached agreements in a variety of ways with Colombia, with Ecuador, with El Salvador, with Guatemala, with Mexico, actually, as well as with Panama. And we continue to make sure that, to the best of our ability, those countries put in place what's needed so that people from far afield can't avail themselves of the opportunity to use this
Excellent.
platform.
Thank you, Secretary. As I said, I've got a bunch here.
Please.
Hopefully, what we passed out of the committee this morning, giving export controls for AI, will be a tool that will be used heavily out of commerce and will benefit our war against a number of countries. And I'm going to just deal with one for a moment. When President Biden entered office, there were about 300,000 barrels a day leaving Iran. Today, there are reported to be over 2 million barrels a day leaving Iran. They had about 70 ships. They now have about 400 ships. They're called ghost ships. I know that you do not run a military force, but as our chief diplomat and a member of the National Security Council, couldn't or shouldn't we be able to essentially capture those ships on the high sea and take them out of commission to ultimately enforce sanctions? You're our #1 sanction supporter, but your sanctions, now that they've circumvented SWIFT and the other economic trades, have become somewhat muted. What should we do in combination with the other entities?
Yeah, so I think there are a few things, Congressman. First, we have sanctioned in the oil, petroleum product sector, more than 200 Iranian entities or individuals who've been engaged in that trade. We've done it across multiple jurisdictions. Anyone who has a role in the production, the sale, the shipment of these petrochemicals or
But,
petrochemicals.
Mr. Secretary,
But
the
we've also
limited time,
identified-
can you get to the ships?
Yeah, so on the ships, we've identified to date, through our laws, 50 vessels that we've determined are blocked property. In other words, people can't deal with them. They can't go to a port, they can't get serviced, and we'll continue on that effort to identify those vessels, block them. We're also looking at getting countries to deflag these vessels, so again, they won't be able to move around, travel around, get the services they need. The sanctions that we have imposed have made all of this a lot more expensive for the Iranians as they try to evade them, get around them. They're not getting the revenues that they anticipated getting from their massive efforts to sell oil.
Mr. Secretary, as I run out of time, let me just ask one final follow-up on that. I believe if Ronald Reagan were president, or someone like him, those ships would not be on the high sea. Do you have, or would you accept the authority from Congress, if you don't have it, to, in fact, seize those clandestine ships as Ronald Reagan would have? Remember, Ronald Reagan sunk 2 Iranian ships because of what they were doing. I believe strongly that if you don't have the authority, that Congress, on a bipartisan basis, would give you the authority to intervene, to capture those ships, to work with the flagged nations, to put all 400 out of commission. Will you commit to work with us on that effort?
Well, as I think you mentioned, or one of our colleagues mentioned, we don't actually have a military at the State Department, so that's not our business. Our focus is on working with other countries and using our own authorities in the areas that we can to go after anyone who's engaged in shipping, supplying, transporting these products, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for your testimony today. And before I start with my questions, I wanted to say thank you so much for your work, the work of Director Burns, our National Security Advisor, and others who have worked hard to achieve a ceasefire in the Israel-Palestine situation and also release of the hostages. So thank you for your hard work on that. I understand your position regarding jurisdiction and views on the recent announcement by the International Criminal Court's prosecutor to recommend warrants for the arrest of the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israeli Defense Minister Gallant, as well as Hamas leaders. And you've also been a longstanding champion of both the UN system and other international organizations. The United States has also supported ICC investigations of Russian crimes in Ukraine and of crimes committed in Sudan and the Central African Republic. So I wanted to ask you, do you believe that the independence of the International Criminal Court should be respected?
I have to tell you, Congressman, that the decision that the prosecutor made is both incredibly wrong-headed and, in my judgment, undermines the credibility of the court. You're right that we've sought to find ways to work with the court to support its efforts, including in Ukraine, Sudan, other places, but to have gone forward with these warrant requests, to do it in the way that it was done. First of all, the court itself, and I had a long conversation with
But the court, but do you believe the court should maintain its independence?
Well, I think it should maintain its independence, but I also think it should act pursuant to its own mandate and charter. And what's clear from the creation of the court is it's supposed to be a court of last resort to act where other countries cannot or will not.
No, and I think y'all put out a strong statement, and I want to ask you,
Israel has
but at the same
ongoing
time,
investigations of itself, and it's demonstrated time and time again that it will investigate alleged violations of the law. There are
at the same
multiple
time, but Secretary, let me ask you, at the same time, you would agree that there shouldn't be any intimidation or coercion of the ICC?
Not a question of intimidating or coercing. It's a question of seeing a wrong-headed decision, but also seeing what was genuinely
This court is going to have to
a
exist
shameful
well beyond
comparison.
even what's going on now, right? I mean, there will be other issues that it takes up with other nations in the future.
It will have to determine what it does and where it goes, but in this instance, I can tell you that not only was it wrong-headed, but there was a shameful equivalence.
Well, let me ask you
between-
this. As you know, the previous administration attempted to coerce the ICC by imposing sanctions on its then prosecutor and their staff. In April 2021, you rescinded those sanctions and said that, quote, concerns about these cases would be better addressed through engagement with all stakeholders in the ICC process rather than through the imposition of sanctions. Do you continue to oppose sanctions on the ICC as you did 3 years ago?
When we lifted those sanctions, it was first and foremost to make sure that we can do everything possible to protect our own service members, including those who served in Afghanistan, and also to see if we could find a basis for supporting the court's efforts in critical places, and we were able to do that. But the actions that were taken really call into question whether that's possible, and it's certainly not possible in this instance.
Sure.
And
Let me
so-
get to one more question. Last week, Israeli Minister of National Security Itamar Ben-Gvir stated that no humanitarian aid should be provided to Gazans until the hostages are returned, stating that, quote, want food for the children in Gaza, then they should return the hostages. I fully believe that Hamas's kidnapping of children was a war crime and have said so repeatedly and publicly, and that they should be unconditionally returned to their families. I also believe that withholding food from children cannot be the way to achieve that goal. Would you agree with that?
I fully and absolutely agree, and we've been working every single day to try to make sure that the children who so desperately need the food, the assistance, the mothers, the fathers, everyone gets it. And holding anyone hostage in terms of food aid
Well, let
anywhere
me
in the
ask you
world is
this.
wrong.
Given the senior role of Israeli ministers expressing these views, these are people very high up in the Prime Minister's cabinet, can you categorically say that relevant authorities in the Israeli government are not restricting humanitarian assistance to reach Gaza?
Again, that's not the policy. As I've said repeatedly, we've seen over these 7 or 8 months now a clear gap.
16,000 kids dead. 16,000 kids dead. You're a butcher. I'm not resisting. You're a butcher. People stand up against the animal. These genocide.
Committee will suspend while the Capitol Police restore order.
Please. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, you may continue.
Yes, thank you. We are determined to do everything possible to make sure that people who so desperately need this aid get this aid. And when it comes to the policies of the government, we're focused on those. When individuals make these statements, we've condemned them.
Sure. No, and I'm out of time, but I wanted to say again, thank you for the work that y'all are, the hours, everything you're doing. Thank you.
Committee will suspend while the Capitol Police restore order. Committee will suspend. Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Ms. Wagner.
I thank the chairman and I thank you, Secretary Blinken, for your service. I know this is tough time for all of us. But sir, this administration is waffling. First in Afghanistan, and today, shockingly to me, in Israel, and has created instability on a massive scale. Secretary Blinken, the world, as we've all discussed here, is on fire, and conflicts have engulfed Europe and the Middle East, emboldening every single dictator from Putin to Xi to Khamenei to attack U.S. allies and interests. The administration's decision to withhold weapons sales and deliveries to Israel during a time of war, sir, just weeks after Iran launched unprecedented missiles, up to upwards of 350 cruise ballistic missiles, drones, attacked on Israel directly from Iranian soil, is nothing less than a betrayal of our ally. It is foreign policy malpractice, and I guarantee you that Iran and Russia and China are watching the United States turn its back on its most important Middle Eastern ally. Secretary Blinken, on May 7th, I sent you a letter asking for a full accounting of the weapons sales and deliveries to Israel. The administration is delaying. And I want to focus right now, very specifically, sir, in particular on the delay of the sale of 6,500 JDAMs. I'm sure you're familiar with them. These are the high-precision, GPS-oriented, if you want the least amount of collateral damage in an urban area, you want a JDAM, and we have sent out tons of them to Israel and everywhere else. They also just happen to be made in the St. Louis metropolitan area, in St. Charles, in my district. And since I have not yet received a response to this letter, let me ask you why. Why has the administration failed to move forward with the notification process for the sale of 6,500 JDAMs to Israel? And when will the administration resume the notification process?
First, and I'll respond to your question directly. First, when Iran launched that unprecedented attack that you referred to on Israel, for the first time ever, the United States actively participated in Israel's
and so did
defense,
Jordan and so
and
Saudi.
we brought together,
We know
yes,
this.
That's right.
I don't need history. I want answers.
Iran noticed, and Israel
Limited
noticed.
time, sir, please.
Yes.
My JDAMs.
So, there are a number of different sale proposals that are in different places at different points in the process.
This has been
in
months
Congress.
and months and months, sir, and we've sent them to them in the past.
Congress right now is still reviewing a JDAM sale that we sent forward. That's
What
not gone
specific
forward.
issues remain outstanding for the review?
We follow the process, and we've gone out of our way to pre-notify Congress.
What
even when we don't.
bureaus object to the sale?
It's not a question of objecting. We want to follow the process
Will
and
you,
make sure
sir,
that we move forward.
please, because it has truly been months and months and months. Will you commit to bringing your personal engagement to ensure the process for this specific case moves expeditiously?
We're going to make sure that all of the cases move appropriately
Well,
and
this one sure is
expeditiously,
not.
including this one.
Have any divisions within state conducted and any economic analysis to the measure and the impact of potential even job losses and furloughs because of your decision to pause this pending arms sale? And if not, why not? Because you know what, sir? My constituents in St. Louis greater metropolitan area, they were, this whole region, they rely on these jobs to pay for their mortgages, their car payments, the daycare costs, and they can't afford to lose their jobs to support this partisan stall tactic. They're sitting in a warehouse, 6,500 of them.
There is no pause, and as I said, in many cases, including this one, we have previewed with Congress, which we're not at all obligated to do, sales that we were contemplating and had
You
not
have
yet
not come
decided
to us
on.
to tell us this.
So-
We
and
read about
there-
this in
there
Axios,
remain-
the Wall Street Journal, and CNN. Arms sales to trusted partners like Israel, Taiwan, and NATO allies are a critical component of our national security.
They are.
Are you concerned that delaying sales to Israel will diminish our credibility as the arsenal of democracy?
Again, we're following the process, and I invite you to look
Well,
at...
the process has
at-
taken too darn long, and they've been sitting there for months, and no one's explaining what's holding them up, but you all. They've been signed off on. I mean, the United States, sir, has obligations to our friends and allies, including Israel. And our unshakable commitment to Israel's security is clearly laid out in the 2016 MOU that Congress has fully funded every year since it was signed.
And Joe Biden was the one who got
And
that
when we
MOU.
honor our obligations, the world is a safer place. But when the United States fails to keep its promises, and the commitments to the U.S. is now failing to keep its promise to Israel, we are telling our enemies that we are unreliable and irresolute partners. That is incredibly damaging to global security, and the administration needs to right this ship and fully restore U.S. security assistance to Israel. My time has expired, and I yield back.
General yields. Chair recognizes Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary. As you know, I represent Las Vegas, and we have an economy that's pretty uniquely dependent on tourism. Just last year, we had 359,000 jobs in tourism, $20 billion in wages, and almost $80 billion in overall economic input. But the excessive wait times for visas are really hurting communities like mine, that the different U.S. consular posts around the world. And just to put this in perspective, the World Cup is coming to the Americas in 2026. It's expected to attract 8 million international visitors. Some we think will come to Las Vegas from Southern California. Tickets go on sale December 2025. But in many countries, the wait time for getting a visa may make it already too late. In Mumbai, the next available interview is October 2025, just 2 months before tickets go on sale. In Bogota, it's February 2026, nearly 2 months after they go on sale. And in Mexico City, it's already too late. The available interview is in August 2026, which is a month after the World Cup is over. Now, I know y'all have been making progress lowering wait times. You have an expanded interview waiver authority. But what about the people who haven't been here before? And I think this problem is not only hurting us economically, but it's part of our soft power and our cultural diplomacy. So could you talk a little bit about how we can address this problem?
Yeah,
if you need additional resources, what the situation is?
Thank you. No, I very much agree with you. We're intensely focused on this. In FY23, we issued more non-immigrant visas by over 20% than we did before the pandemic, which is when we started to have real challenges with both visas outside of the country, passports inside of the country. And we have reduced now interview times, the wait times for interviews, to pre-pandemic levels in every category except one, and the one is first-time visitors to the United States who are from non-visa waiver countries. So that's what we're intensely focused on now, making sure that those wait times come down along with every other wait time. The wait times that have come down, again, to pre-pandemic levels include the categories that are most impactful on the United States economy: students, temporary workers, maritime crew renewals, et cetera. But the focus now is on making sure that those who are coming for the first time and are not coming from a visa waiver country, that those times come down.
Are you keeping in mind the World Cup is coming rapidly?
Very much so.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you. My other question has to do with the Global Engagement Center. The Republicans on this committee seem to be confused about what that does, or maybe more importantly, what it doesn't do. And that's been made pretty manifest in this flawed so-called investigation that they're conducting. Would you talk about the national security consequences of failing to reauthorize the GEC?
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned, it's the only part of the United States government that is singularly dedicated to directing and coordinating our efforts to counter foreign propaganda and disinformation abroad. And I think if it were to be terminated, that is, if the sunset was allowed to happen without being reauthorized, we would have policy and operational incoherence. We'd have degraded public response to information manipulation by China, by Russia, by Iran, by other foreign actors, and a growing number of allies who rely on the GEC to help them develop the tools to expose and to deal with misinformation and disinformation also would be let down. We've seen time and again now the effectiveness of this organization in exposing that disinformation in other parts of the world,
Could
including
you give
in our
us
home
an
hemisphere.
example of
Sure.
something so
I mean,
it's really clear what the GEC does?
For example, we've seen that Russian websites that were producing and disseminating disinformation, misinformation in the Western Hemisphere, in Africa, they were exposed, they were removed. We revealed a campaign by Russia targeting U.S. and Western health initiatives in Africa, trying to undermine the credibility of those initiatives. They were exposed, and we were able to deal with that. We revealed a campaign to launder Kremlin disinformation through local media in the Western Hemisphere, trying to gin up arguments against Ukraine, against NATO in our own hemisphere. Exposed, and we were able to more effectively deal with that. Similarly with China. We've seen Chinese disinformation in third countries about elections. We've done open source mapping through the GEC of their efforts to use surveillance and data collection in Xinjiang, which we've made available to people. So in a whole variety of ways, we've been able to not only expose this, but also working with countries. We now have 29 countries that use the GEC platform and hundreds of users to not only expose, but also help develop the tools themselves to take action to remove and deal with disinformation. But I want to emphasize, this has nothing to do with the United States.
Ladies, time's
It's not
expired.
focused on it.
I'm sorry, you took a little more extra
Not
time,
focused
so
on
could you
this,
finish?
on this country at all. It is entirely about misinformation and disinformation abroad being perpetrated by adversaries.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to talk about a few different areas of spending. My colleague just brought up the Global Engagement Center. Now, whether we're talking about GEC or state officially or USAID or U.S. Agency for Global Media, the fact of the matter is you guys put out solicitations, grants, sub-grants to the agencies that, or to the entities that get grants, NGOs, you name it, dollars spread across the globe. And this is the statement of what I believe should be a statement of policy bipartisanly between Republicans, Democrats in the House, those in the Senate. Until state, USAID, all those agencies start giving us notice of every one of those grants, sub-grants, solicitations, start giving us notice of every single one of them, we should not be giving you one more dollar. And I think the proof for why that is the case is in how, in far too many circumstances, you all really have no idea where the money is going. And I'm not saying it's easy to figure out where it's going in every circumstance, but that can't be the situation. And I'm going to reference a few different places. You have Naz sitting behind you here. We had a hearing for a couple hours here in this very room where we discussed just a $500,000 grant to expand atheism in Nepal. It was denied for a couple hours until we held up the actual solicitation for the grant. And then, of course, it was acknowledged that it did actually take place. And then we got a call a couple weeks later saying, oh, and by the way, the agency that we gave it to, they didn't even give us all of the information on it in the slides. It's just one example. I'm not going to hash it all out, but it's one example of you all didn't know where the money that you sent out there from the U.S. taxpayer was going. I was reading over the last 24 hours the special investigation into Afghanistan reconstruction, the CIGAR report, and looking at the amount of money that has gone directly to the Taliban. It's not a mystery. It's not something to argue about. It is a fact, money going directly to the Taliban that's gone out through all of these agencies that state works with, and specifically 144 partners were referenced in this CIGAR report. And when it talks about the 144 partners and the questions that they were asked, but of those partners, only 65 of them actually chose to answer to the Inspector General about where the dollars were going. The other 79 didn't even feel like they had to answer questions about where the U.S. taxpayer dollars were being spent. We saw it from the Pentagon just in the last day that on this massive pier that was built, that was worked on by you all, that none of the aid has yet made it to the people of Gaza yet. It's sitting in warehouses and other places. And again, it's just to the point that there is not nearly enough accountability, and we should be receiving every grant, every sub-grant, every awardee, every solicitation that should be sent through this body for review, whether in a classified or unclassified setting. Now, I do have a couple of questions on that. I spoke about the 79 grantees in part that did not respond to the CIGAR report, and I have a question about them. Since that time, have you frozen any of the bank accounts of those 79 entities?
Congressman, we've looked very hard at the CIGAR report. I think it's important to note that money does not go directly to the Taliban. It goes to the UN, NGOs. We've dedicated about $2 billion. So the people in Afghanistan.
Now you're literally telling lies to the American people. These state dollars went directly to those that were solicited to do it, these implementing partners, as it's referred to, and they paid directly money to the Taliban. Sometimes they labeled it taxes, sometimes they labeled it value-added taxes, sometimes they labeled it a host of different things. But do not pretend that money did not go directly to the Taliban.
It did not go directly to the Taliban. Let me, again, if you'll give me one chance to just lay this out very quickly.
No.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm
because
here to answer questions. If
anybody can go out there and read the CIGAR report.
I invite them to do that.
So
$2 billion
dedicated
dedicated to helping the Afghan people. 10 million.
The answer is no. Not looking to have you filibuster the time for this. I do have some more questions. Have you frozen any of the bank accounts of the 79 entities that just chose to say, piss off America. We don't feel like answering your questions about where
We've
we
just
spent
got
the
the
money.
report, and we'll work on any consequences that need to follow from it.
So no, though, but that's the answer. Nothing frozen yet. Any shuttered offices or deregistration from lists of
Again, I think
partners
this
that you would
report
work
came
with?
forward just a few days ago. We were obviously looking at it, working at it, and we'll see what steps need to be taken to deal with it.
Do look at that and do work on that. One other question here, and I will read a statement here. From the Seaguard, they did ask this question: to affirm the accuracy and completeness of the responses provided, they requested that state attest to the questionnaire that it was distributed to all implementing partners, that responses were not altered, and attempts were not made to influence the implementing partners, and state refused to answer if that was the case. Would you answer that?
I'm certainly not aware of that. I'm happy to look into it.
Thank you.
Time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Let me start by defending you, the overwhelming majority of those of us on this committee, in this entire Congress, Americans, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, agnostics around the world, even Israelis and Palestinians, which is to say, we're all disgusted. We all want peace. We do not want war. We want prosperity, not misery. And to accuse any of us, including you, of being butchers or ignorant is shameful. And I want to remind those protesting, you have that right, because this is America, but you can't make peace with terrorists. And we probably can't make peace as long as Benjamin Netanyahu is the Prime Minister of Israel. I think those two things can be true at once, but I want to remind everybody here that we're in this business to make peace, not war, and that's what I want to focus on, not bombs, but peace. And say, too, that one child being murdered is too many, whether that's in a school here in the United States because of sickening gun violence, whether it's a terrorist attack in Tel Aviv, or whether it is a bomb in Gaza. One is too many. Mr. Secretary, where do we go from here? A lot of the questions have been retrospective about holds and bombs and missiles and support. Where do we go from here? 75 years of misery. You have one of the hardest jobs in the world. I know where your heart is. What happens next, and what do we need to do to finally end this nonsense, identify a path to peace and prosperity and mutual security?
I appreciate your comments, Congressman, and I would say that I think there is a clear path.
Good.
And the clear path goes with the following. One is there's an extraordinary opportunity for Israel to achieve what it has sought from the day of its founding, and that is acceptance by its neighbors, to have normal relations with all the countries in the region, starting with Saudi Arabia. And we've been working intensely on that normalization process. And we are very close to being able to complete the agreements necessary between us and Saudi Arabia, but then it will require Israel to make decisions about Gaza and ending the conflict there, as well as creating a credible pathway to a Palestinian state. If that happens, then Israel will get what it has long sought, which is, again, acceptance in the region. It will have partners who will be looking out for it, as we saw on April 13th and April 14th, when countries in the region, because of the United States, came to its defense against this unprecedented attack by Iran. Its number one threat, and one that we face as well, Iran will be isolated. And, of course, the resolution, finally, of the Palestinian problem can be achieved in ways that guarantee Israel's security. The bottom line is you have roughly 5 million Palestinians between the West Bank and Gaza, roughly 7 million Jews in Israel. Neither is going away. The Palestinians aren't going anywhere. The Jews are not going anywhere. There has to be an accommodation. Absent that accommodation, we are in for an endless repeat of this cycle. We will always do everything we can to make sure that Israel can defend itself and defend Israel as necessary.
Good.
But this path forward is clear, it's compelling, and it answers Israel's most profound needs. So I hope we can move down it.
Is it fair to say that, based on your experience and the basic human condition, that when humans have something to protect, they act defensively, not offensively? Is one of the paths to peace that Israelis, we Americans, Palestinians, the Arab world should understand and recognize, the Gulf states, that people need something to protect?
Yes, when you have something to protect, when you have something that you take pride in, then of course that's what you want to do.
I'm the ranking member of the Middle East Subcommittee, of course, with my dear friend Chairman Wilson. We traveled to the Middle East last in August. Of course, a lot has changed since then. Been to Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Israel twice. A lot has changed, of course, but my question is relative to the PA. You know, why is this not more of a focal point right now? We can't make peace with Hamas. What do we need to do? What does Israel need to do? What can we do to at least identify a potentially principled leadership group to represent Palestinians at a table, knowing, absent that, there is no path?
Well, look, I agree with that. In the category of you can't beat something with nothing, one of the answers to durably getting rid of Hamas and making sure it can never come back again is to have a real alternative, one that can actually advance the interests of the Palestinian people, not destroy them as Hamas has done.
And I only have a few seconds left.
Please.
Quick, is Abu Mazen the man, or are there other able, competent, next-generation Palestinians?
There's a new prime minister, there's a new government, there's a new program to get it reformed, to deal with corruption. We've engaged with the new prime minister. He's a serious individual who's trying, but he also needs the resources necessary so that the PA can deliver more effectively for the people it represents.
Thank you for sharing my sentiment. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Gentleman has yielded back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Mr. Secretary, what do you think of Code Pink?
I think that there are very passionate people who are expressing deep felt feelings. I may disagree with their views. I respect the right of people to make known their views. That's what this country is all about. Of course, to do it in a peaceful way, to do it in ways that don't disrupt the ability to have a conversation, an engagement. But I know that people are, for the most part, motivated by deep felt feelings, beliefs, and passions.
Well, I disagree with them when I'm crossing the street and a lady tells me they're going to kill my wife and daughter. So I think y'all need to rethink your supporter groups like that. Do you believe the Afghanistan withdrawal was a success?
I believe that the President did the right thing in ending America's longest war.
You know, Staff Sergeant Ryan Canals, his family's a constituent of mine, was killed there, and we were given testimony, and this has been told many times, but the Marine sniper had the suicide bomber in his sights twice, and we're told that leadership, State Department both canceled that his ability to take out that suicide bomber and 13 brave Americans, I believe.
State Department has nothing to do with that. We don't give orders to the military. I know that that's
you advise the military?
We don't advise the military. We don't give orders to the military.
Are you in contact with the military?
Of course, yes, absolutely.
All right. Should we be paying taxes to the Taliban?
We don't pay taxes to the Taliban, as I think we were discussing with your
Mr. Secretary, the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction has found at least $10.9 million of U.S. taxpayer money was paid to the Taliban in the form of taxes since the withdrawal of 2021. Are you saying that they're not telling the truth?
Yeah, what happens is this, Congressman. We provided life-saving, desperately needed assistance to NGOs and the United Nations, which is spent in Afghanistan, $2 billion. Of that, according to the report, about $10 million, or 0.5%. Yes,
$10 million, maybe not a lot to you, sir, but I can guarantee the people in Tennessee that's a heck of a lot of money. That's a heck of a lot of money. And to brush it off as a minuscule amount, I think just shows how out of touch you are with the American people. That was a statement. That wasn't a question. You provided aid to Gaza, which was then stolen by Hamas. How many terrorist groups are we funding or supplying with aid?
None.
None. You're here to tell me that none of this money is flowing into...
We are not funding them. We're not supplying them. When it comes to humanitarian assistance in Gaza, there have been instances where Hamas has seized the assistance, but it's not being done, and ask the Israelis, in a systematic way. To the extent that assistance is being diverted, typically it's because people are so desperate that they self-distribute the convoys. There have been incidents where it's been Hamas.
Self-distribute? You mean you mean Hamas stops the convoy and steals it, and then it gets
desperate people.
And the people in their leadership in Qatar or Qatar, whichever the case may be.
Yes, and that was actually Israel's policy for a decade. In fact, the Minister
let me ask you this: Why are you allowing?
Made clear that was a big mistake.
I'm going to be a jerk here and
please go ahead.
Reclaim my time. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Why are you allowing Iran to sell so much dadgum oil?
We're working every day to cut that off. I mentioned earlier that we've sanctioned more than 200 entities and individuals. We blocked more than 50 ships. We continue to look for others. We're working to deflag the ships, and it's an effort that we're making.
President Biden has lessened the sanctions on Iraq oil sales in February of 2021. Since then, it's been estimated Iran has made an additional $100 billion from selling oil. They were a bankrupt country, basically, when you all took over, and now they're literally rolling in it, and they're exporting that terror with the
If you look at their
terrorism.
economic situation, I don't think that accords with the facts. And the fact of the matter is we haven't lifted a single sanction against Iran, and we continue to work to cut off the oil, the petrochemicals.
Well, how can Iran be selling 1 million more barrels of oil per day than in 2020?
Well, they're determined to do whatever they can, and we're working to make sure that wherever we can deal with that.
Well, I appreciate that, but the time for Iranian appeasement is over, Mr. Secretary. The administration's policy towards the Middle East have not only made our allies in the Middle East less safe, but it also has made the U.S. homeland less safe. Iran is far richer now than it was 4 years ago. Nobody can argue with that. You can say all the statistics don't lie, just statisticians, and I believe you're following in their footsteps. And they are using this money to sponsor terrorism. Look around you, Mr. Secretary. Your plan is not working. Again, I go back to my original statement about Afghanistan. A young man lost his life. Every day at my farm, I drive out on the street named after Staff Sergeant Ryan Canals. His life was taken short. 13 brave Americans should be here today by a failure on your all's part. I yield back, Lady Chair.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, for 5 minutes.
I like Mr. Burkett, but I don't think I've heard such a radical alternative expression of reality in a long time. With respect
It's Burchett.
With respect to Afghanistan, Mr. Secretary, remind us who negotiated a deal with the Taliban and excluded the Afghan government from those negotiations and agreed to the release of 5,000 Taliban prisoners, many of whom then took to the battlefield that led to the fall of Kabul. Would you remind us who negotiated that agreement and under whose presidency that occurred?
That was the previous administration.
Again, Mr. Secretary, we've done this before. Did that previous administration have a name?
The Trump administration, yes.
The Trump administration. Thank you. And with respect to Gaza, the idea that Hamas, and I have no truck for Hamas, they are a terrorist organization that committed repugnant acts and atrocities on October 7th. But with respect to the blockage of or interference with truckloads of food, fuel, medicine coming into Gaza, who has blocked the entrances into Gaza? Was it Hamas or was it the IDF?
I don't think either has blocked the entrances into Gaza. The issue has been making sure that there were more entrances so more aid could get in, and we've been working every single month with Israel.
Mr. Secretary, in the previous 10 days, 350 truckloads were allowed into Gaza. That's 35 a day. They need 600. It isn't Hamas or Palestinian Authority that is blocking those trucks. It's somebody else.
Well, I'll give you an example. In the last, just in the last couple of weeks, because of the operations around Rafah, the Rafah gate, one of the essential gates, was closed down. And we want to see that reopened
right
now. As it happens right now, the Egyptians are not moving forward with some assistance to go through Rafah because they're concerned about the ability to distribute the aid once it's on the other side of the gate because of the combat operations. So we're working to find a way to do that. Doing this in a combat environment is incredibly challenging.
Yes. Speaking of that, we now have sort of a floating port with that you promised.
That's right.
And that is now up and operable. Mm-hmm. But it was reported that none of the food that was offloaded has been distributed to the Palestinians in need. Can you enlighten us as to why not, and what are we doing to correct that?
So two things. That port was designed to be a complement to, not a substitute for, these land access points. We have new ones in the north, in Erez and Zakim. We have the critical ones in the south, but they've been challenged by the recent operations. And when it comes to the port, we began to move things through the dock just a few days ago. There was an initial attempt to deliver some of the things that had been come in through the port. Trucks went out, and then, as I mentioned in another conversation, desperate people went at the trucks in an effort to get at the food before it could get to where it was supposed to go in order to be distributed. This is one of the reasons why it's so imperative that we surge assistance, because when people are so desperate and they believe their only chance to get some food may be to go at that one truck that they see, that's what they'll do. If you get a lot of assistance in, people won't have that worry anymore. And by the way, those who divert the assistance, who steal it and then resell it, that won't be a profitable business, because the prices will come down if more assistance is in.
And for the record, Mr. Secretary, how would you characterize communications between your office and the White House and the Israeli government with respect to Rafah and with respect to humanitarian aid?
Virtually daily is how I would describe
No, how would you characterize those communications?
it. It is an ongoing, constant discussion, and that's been from day one. And our purpose has been to try to maximize the assistance that gets to people, and also to maximize the protection of civilians who find themselves in a horrific crossfire of Hamas's making.
I think it's really important to emphasize that, because I think sometimes the President and you have been subject to criticism as if you were not making those daily communications, and presumably they're pretty emphatic.
Well, I won't characterize diplomatic conversations except to say that we have intense discussions, conversations, and as I said, for us, it's imperative that we see as much done as possible to protect and help civilians who are being harmed.
Thank you, and thanks for doing that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Blinken, since 2021, Iran has generated roughly $80 billion in revenue from its illicit oil sales, in part due to the administration's policy to chase another nuclear deal and relaxed sanctions against the Iranian government. The administration's gamble enabled Iranian oil exports to hit a 5-year high, and according to multiple reports, Iran's funding to Hamas ballooned to $350 million in the months leading up to October 7th. Does the administration, do you now admit that reversing the maximum pressure campaign, the sanctions relief, was a mistake?
Yeah, there really hasn't been sanctions relief. All of the sanctions programs are in effect. We've applied sanctions more than 600 times against Iranian entities, against Iranian individuals, 200 times in the
Let me read from a
petrochemical sector.
report of the Associated Press, February 18th, 2021. Now, you say there was no sanctions relief, and I'm quoting the article. The Biden administration on Thursday rescinded former President Donald Trump's restoration of UN sanctions on Iran, an announcement that could help Washington move toward rejoining the 2015 nuclear agreement aimed at reining in the Islamic Republic's nuclear program. Are you suggesting that that report was false?
Our own sanctions, those programs, none of them have been lifted. And again, when it comes to the nuclear agreement, it was one of the worst mistakes that was made to get out of that agreement, because at least we had Iran's nuclear program in a box. The breakout time to develop fissile material was over 1 year. It's now come down to 2 or 3 weeks.
I think we can all see
that's a real problem.
I think that we can all see that allowing Iran to renew its oil exports was a colossal error that helped finance this terrible attack against our key ally on October 7th. Let me move to the ICC prosecutor's decision to submit an arrest warrant for Israel's prime minister and defense minister. Obviously, that decision is as absurd as it is outrageous, and I credit the president for calling it outrageous. The problem, though, Mr. Secretary, that I have is that on May 12th, you stated that the civilian casualty numbers reported by Hamas make it, quote, reasonable to conclude that there are instances where Israel has acted in ways that are not consistent with international humanitarian law. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
That's what the report says, yes.
Well, so here's my concern, is that your words may very well have contributed to the ICC's attempt to prosecute Prime Minister Netanyahu. Do you not see how your words could very well be used against our own policy?
No, because the report goes on to say that those incidents, which Israel itself acknowledges, is actually investigating. And the court, the international court, the reason this is so wrongheaded, among other things, is that it is engaging in a way that it was not supposed to do, which is to be a court of last resort where another country is either unwilling or unable to investigate itself. And the report makes clear that not only are we investigating instances where arms may have been misused, so is Israel. There
So
are criminal
do you
investigations.
disavow Hamas's own statistics? Do you disavow those? Do you disavow the idea that Israel has acted in a manner inconsistent with international law?
As I said, given the totality of the damage that's been done, given the fact that American weapons have been used, it is reasonable to assess that there are instances in which international humanitarian law was not followed. And indeed, as
Well,
I
this
said
is the
myself,
problem that we have, and maybe this is why you
Israel's
all are
investigating
making
these instances itself.
this is why maybe the administration is holding arms from our ally that would enable them to finish the job as they did. You did not put a hold, and the administration did not put a hold on bombs when the IDF went into Gaza City, correct?
That's correct.
And Gaza City is a dense urban environment, just as you described Rafah, correct?
That's correct.
So what's the difference?
We've seen and we've had concerns about the way these large yield munitions have been used in dense
Well,
urban
what I'm
environments. So
concerned
we
about
wanted
is
to
that
make
the
sure-
difference is that the domestic political environment in the United States has changed.
No, the
But
difference-
withholding these weapons from Israel is sending a terrible signal to our enemies. Is the administration's view that the only acceptable response is air defense rather than preventing attacks before they happen?
No, absolutely not. And in fact, we have a better way to get at the enduring problem of Hamas, and that's what we've been discussing with Israel for many weeks now, including in Rafah.
Well, as Israel is facing threats from Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, and other Iranian terrorist proxies, they need these weapons to deter further attacks. And we need to come to their defense and not accuse them of violating international law. My time has expired, but I hope that the administration will reverse course and give our ally everything they need to finally de-radicalize Gaza, including in Rafah. I yield.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Allred from Texas for 5 minutes questioning.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I want to take the conversation back to Haiti, the first post-colonial black republic, and what was once a beacon of abolition and self-determination, racial equality, has unfortunately fallen into tragic times. What was once a proud country that had the strength and determination to break free from French colonial rule over 2 centuries ago now remains in a limbo of political and economic turmoil compounded by natural disasters. I bring this up because for my constituents in Texas and the folks that I represent, we are seeing this also show up in our backyard. Since 2023, our law enforcement authorities have encountered Haitian migrants nearly 146,000 times on the southwest border seeking asylum. Homeland Security has actually had to revise the CBP One app to include Haitian Creole since its launch to deal with the volume. I've seen this myself in my visits to our border. And with the arrival of President Ruto and the Kenyan command staff arriving in Haiti ahead of their multinational security support force effort, can you share how you see that Kenyan-led effort going? What's their mission? How are we supporting them? And can we support them as we continue to keep our other commitments around the globe?
Thank you. I think this is a vital mission precisely because Haiti's really on a precipice of becoming a failed state. But we've seen positive developments in the last weeks that we need to build on. One, we have a transitional presidential council, which is starting to enable Haiti to get back on the democratic track and to get to elections in which it will have a properly mandated government. Second, we've actually seen the Haitian National Police, which is outmanned and outgunned by these gangs, stand up in more effective ways, including regaining control of the airport. Commercial flights have resumed. We expect American carriers to start moving very soon, as well as other critical infrastructure. But this is critical to get back security control, to take it away from the gangs. The police are trying. They need more help. The purpose of this mission, which Kenya and a number of other countries have stood up and volunteered to do, is basically to provide operational as well as static support to the Haitian National Police to counter the gangs, to reestablish security, to create the conditions for elections, to create the conditions for aid and development assistance to actually get into Haiti. It's time-bound, it's focused on police, and it's really focused on strengthening and bolstering the capacity of the Haitian National Police to take this on for themselves and to get that handoff. But they need some near-term support. That's what the mission would do. For us, this is not us policing the world because there are no Americans involved in this. Yes, the financing, the funding, it's critical that we play a lead role in that, but we have a number of other countries that have contributed significant sums to this, and now we really need to make the decision to be able to go forward with that funding.
And it's your belief that we can support this multinational effort while also keeping our commitments to Ukraine and Taiwan or other allies?
Yes, given the sums involved, absolutely.
Yeah.
And DOD is providing some in-kind support, but we also need some direct assistance that we're prepared to move forward with.
Yeah. Well, I also wanted to ask you about recent reports of Russia's Wagner forces working to expand their operations in Haiti. Can you discuss that in this setting?
In Haiti, did you say?
Yes, sir.
So let me come back to you on that. I haven't seen myself reports of Wagner. Unfortunately, we've seen reports of Wagner or its successors in too many parts of Africa, making terrible trouble for people in those countries. But I'll come back to you on Haiti.
Well, I'm sure they're looking to take advantage of every spot where they can. And we've seen reports of international crime syndicates like the Colombian cartel that are providing automatic weapons to the gangs, which are now becoming more militias in Haiti. How can we counteract that, and what are we doing to address that?
So I think that's critical. It's critical not only in Haiti, but it's critical in other parts of our hemisphere, including in Mexico. And we want to make sure that these gangs do not get guns, including guns coming from the United States. It's one reason why it was important that Congress federalized the crime of gun trafficking, so that we have better authorities to get at guns that are being illegally trafficked in our own hemisphere, including to Haiti. And the point you made I want to come back to earlier is that the challenging, more than challenging situation in Haiti is a driver of irregular migration. And it's clearly in our interest to make sure that we're doing what we can to give Haiti a better way forward so that we don't have that driver of irregular migration.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I wanted to make sure that my constituents and folks in Texas and here in the country understand that we have a stake in what happens in Haiti as well, and that our efforts to stabilize Haiti benefit us.
That's right.
And that this Kenyan-led effort deserves our support, and that we can do it consistent with our other commitments. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Ms. Kim from California for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. Thank you very much for coming to our committee today. I want to switch gear to Indo-Pacific. Last month, CCP orchestrated the passage of the draconian Article 23 legislation in Hong Kong that is part of, as you said, intensifying repression and could be applied outside of its borders as part of China's ongoing campaign of transnational repression. Despite the State Department's determination and actions taken to impose some visa restrictions, there have been no Hong Kong officials that were sanctioned since 2021. And it should be noted that in 2020, it took the administration only 5 weeks after passage of Hong Kong's national security law to issue sanctions. And Article 23 is much worse by all accounts. So could you tell us why the administration hasn't sanctioned officials in Hong Kong since 2021, despite intensifying repression in the last year?
So we've designated, first and foremost, 7 officials from the PRC for the actions that are being taken in Hong Kong, including exactly what you've just cited. And as well, we are imposing visa restrictions on Hong Kong officials for the actions that they've taken to undermine freedom, to undermine autonomy.
Secretary, I want you to know that I have introduced Hong Kong Sanctions Act that lists 49 Hong Kong judges, prosecutors, officials playing an active role in persecuting dissidents in Hong Kong. So if my office transmits the list of these individuals to you, can you assure me that you will evaluate whether these individuals can be sanctioned under existing authorities?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I also want to ask you if you have any plans to impose targeted sanctions on perpetrator of that repression based on Article 23 that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, we're looking across the board at taking necessary actions, including sanctions against individuals who are undermining Hong Kong's basic autonomy.
Okay.
And we'll continue to do that, but I'm happy to look at the list that you have.
Thank you. Let me turn to Korean Peninsula issue. Special Envoy Julie Turner was finally sworn in by the State Department last October, but as you know, she was confirmed by the Senate, and it took months before she was finally sworn in by your department. So while I'm pleased that she's in the position and carrying out the mandates as noted by the legislation that we passed, I'm concerned that the Special Envoy office is not given the proper attention legislation by the State Department leadership. I've also heard some concerns from outside stakeholders that the office relies on staff from the Korea desk and other offices to carry out its mandate. So can you tell us what you are doing to ensure that the Special Envoy and the Office of Special Envoy on Human Rights in North Korea is given all the tools it needs to fulfill that mandate based on that legislation?
Well, in fact, I think as we speak, Special Envoy Turner is in Korea right now, in South Korea, working on this critical portfolio. And yes, I'm going to make sure that she continues to have the resources, the support that she needs. And in all of our engagements with...
Does she have a separate staff just dedicated to that, so she doesn't have to outsource staffing and support from other offices?
We want to make sure that she has what she needs, but of course, it would help if we got our budget passed and we were able to actually resource the department, including with the staff that we need across the department.
Let me talk to you about Taiwan. As you know, Taiwan is a critical public health partner to the U.S. and plays an important role in the global health community. And you know, I passed the legislation, Taiwan WHO Act, that was signed into law 2 years ago. And it directs the administration to support Taiwan's observer status in the World Health Assembly. As you know, WHO is convening next week. And as of today, Taiwan has not been invited to be the observer at the 77th World Health Assembly. So what is the status of the State Department and your plan to implement this legislation and ensure Taiwan has a seat at the table?
I fully agree with the legislation, and we've been working to achieve the results that it seeks, including Taiwan's participation in the World Health Assembly and organization, as well as in a whole host of other international organizations.
Why not this year? Is there still time to invite Taiwan?
We're going to work on it till the last second if necessary. We've been going around trying to lobby other countries to engage on this, and of course we've taken this to Beijing directly. It denies to people around the world the benefits of the extraordinary knowledge and expertise that Taiwan has and Taiwanese have.
Right, seeing Taiwan has been time and time again how reliable a health partner it is. I think it's critically important that you do more to make sure Taiwan has a seat there.
Yeah, I agree
Thank
with
you very much. My time's up. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Secretary Blinken, for your public service. I want to start off by talking about action that you took that was very commendable. You eliminated the majority of assignment restrictions, and on a going forward basis, you are eliminating all of them. So I just want to say thank you for trusting State Department employees, and thank you for taking that courageous action. Thank you for your leadership. I'd like to now ask some questions about Ukraine. Russia invaded Ukraine for the second time in February 2022. And you were one of the folks that, in my view, made a decision to win. You went out there and tried to get air power to Ukraine. You were fighting to get fighter jets to Ukraine. As we saw things play out, unfortunately, the Pentagon appeared to have opposed that. Turned out you were right, because now the Pentagon is, guess what, getting air power to Ukraine. What I'd like to know is, does, in your view, the Pentagon and the National Security Council support Ukraine pushing Russia back to pre-invasion lines of 2022? Do they support that?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that the challenge is this, and it goes with every weapon system that's come up over the last 2 years. It's not sufficient to provide an F-16 or an Abrams tank. We also have to make sure that the Ukrainians have the training they need to operate them. We also need to make sure they have the ability to maintain them. So I think when the Pentagon is looking at these things, it wants to make sure that we can do it in a comprehensive way. So, for example, F-16s, yes, I very much support that, and have supported that. But there also have to be pilots to fly them. So we've engaged in a training program with other countries to make sure that the pilots were there. I say that only because I think it's we can't look at these decisions just solely through the prism of, do we provide a tank, do we provide a plane, do we provide particular weapon? We need to know that they can be used with the proper training and maintained.
I totally agree with you. It's just that had the Pentagon started earlier, it would have been far better. And by the way, the Pentagon actually didn't quite say that. They actually said F-16s were unnecessary. And I think they realized that they were just wrong on that. Now, in terms of not allowing Ukraine to strike Russia with U.S. weapons. I've heard what other people have asked. I'm not going to ask you to restate what you've already said. I listened very carefully to what you said. What I'm trying to understand is, in the mix of weapons, because the United Kingdom has clearly said Ukraine could use UK weapons to strike inside of Russia. How much of these weapons are U.S. and how much are supplied by other countries? Is there a general percentage?
I think it really depends on the category of weapons. So you'd have to distinguish between munitions, between missiles, between tanks, between armored vehicles. I can get you a breakdown, but it varies according to the category.
Thank you. Are you convenient if you could do that? And I just urge you personally to get the Pentagon and NSC to do what you did, which is to make the decision to win. Now, I'd like to ask something about an action completely within the State Department's control, and just trying to understand the reasons why it hasn't happened yet. Russia has supported terrorist groups, and I believe when we looked at it, they meet the technical definition of a state sponsor of terrorism. What is their policy reason or reasons for why that designation has not happened yet?
So I think there are a few things. First, of course, we have unprecedented and a variety of sanctions, export controls, you name it, on Russia. War crimes, atrocities, and I think that frame that they're committing war crimes and atrocities is the most accurate one, and using the authorities that we have in those areas we think is most appropriate. Aggression is not terrorism. These are distinct things. Second, the concern, I think, with the SST designation, besides we don't think it actually fits what Russia is doing, is it does run the risk of undercutting some of the multilateral cooperation and coordination we've had on sanctions. It would be extremely difficult to reverse if we ever got to the place where there were peace negotiations and that was something that you wanted to put in play in order to get over the goal line. But the other real problem is it could interfere with the efforts that we're making, very vigorous efforts we're getting, to make sure that Russia pays for the terrible damage it's done in Ukraine, including the use of its sovereign assets, because those could be tied up in litigation if we have a state-sponsored terrorism designation. So there are a number of practical reasons why, again, we don't think it's the best way to go forward. We think we have the necessary authorities. We're using them. They're more accurate in terms of describing what Russia is doing, and we don't want to have unintended consequences, second or third order effects that could actually make things more complicated in achieving what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Mrs. Salazar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Wonderful to have you here. You know, I just want to make the observation of what a great republic we have. You, the foreign minister of the most important country in the world, you have to come to talk to the representatives of the people and have to go through this very tortuous process. You know, and I'm sure that that is agony for you, but my constituents in Miami would love to have the foreign minister of Venezuela or Cuba, right, or Nicaragua right in front of us, sitting in the same chair you are. So once again, thank you for being here, for your service.
Thank you.
And long live the United States for that beautiful system. I just mentioned Cuba. A week ago, your State Department took Cuba out of a semi-blacklist for countries that support terrorism. Not the main one, but the second one. On Monday, Cuban officials were at the Miami International Airport that I represent, reviewing how we do counterterrorism. Cuba? Those two facts are a clear indication, sir, that you have all the intentions in the world to take Cuba out of the list of terrorist countries, even though Cuba supports Hamas and harbors American fugitives. So my question is simple. Have you begun the 6 months process required by the export controls law to remove the island from the list?
Very quickly, first, just to clear up a couple of things, if I can, but I will come to your question as quickly as I can.
Yeah, but remember that my time is running and I have 4 more countries.
Okay.
So tell me,
All right.
did you start the process required by the export controls to remove Cuba? It's 6 months and you need to start the process by July 21st.
We have an annual requirement to review the not fully cooperating list. We did that, and there were changed circumstances, including the fact that Colombia was no longer seeking the extradition of the ELN members who were in Cuba.
But that's
harboring.
a little excuse, sir. Cuba has fugitives from the United States. It supports, come on.
They do, for sure.
All right,
but
so
my
question is, are you going to take them off the main blacklist, which is the terrorist list for sponsor of terrorism.
In the near term, no, there's no intent to do that, but as necessary, we'll review, and we always have to.
But you have to review up until July 21st, according to the law.
Yeah,
So are you planning to do that?
I do not see anything happening by July 21st.
So will you commit, like you did last year, and you fulfilled your promise not to remove it from the list this time from now until November 5th, the election time?
Right
And
now,
you commit to that?
All I can tell you is that right now, in terms of July, that is
July
that's not
21st.
happening. Yeah, July 21st.
Colombia. Let's go to President Petro, who has threatened to change the Colombian constitution without going through the Colombian Congress, similar to what Hugo Chavez did 25 years ago. Last month, Petro broke relations with Israel, and you know that President Biden loves President Petro. And my question to you is this: if Petro dares to break the Colombian constitution, just like Chavez did, do you think that President Biden will change the perception he has on President Petro?
I'm not going to comment on President Biden's
Will
views
you change what you think of Colombia?
Let's see what actions are taken. We look to see in any country, partner, ally, adversary,
Mr.
the actions, not the
Secretary,
individuals.
President Petro has said that he is going
I'm
to
not gonna-
change the Constitution. He said it himself.
I appreciate, but let's see what actions are taken. I don't want to engage
And
in
if he were to
hypotheticals.
take that action of changing the Constitution and becoming another Chavez.
I am not expert enough in Colombia's constitution or its laws to know exactly what he is contemplating and what that would do or not do.
Contemplating on perpetuating, of staying in power forever and ever, amen, just like Chavez did. That's what he's planning to do.
Presumably, that would be something we would object to, but again, I don't want to get into a hypothetical because I just don't know the
But by your
facts.
answer, you're giving him a green light to do that. You know that.
Hardly.
All right. Well, at least send the message that the United States is going to be very aware of what he's doing. Let's go to Venezuela. You know that Maduro will steal the presidential election July 28th, 2 months from now. He's going to steal it. You and I know it. I salute you and the White House for having reimposed oil sanctions under Maduro regime. We both want democracy in Venezuela. What can we do from this chair to help you, sir?
I think actually doing what you've been doing, which is to keep the pressure on to make clear that the things that Venezuela and Maduro may want, they cannot and he cannot achieve absent actually moving down the path to free and fair elections and doing what's necessary. The unitary platform, as you know, reached an agreement with Maduro. We've looked to see whether that agreement's being implemented, and in critical aspects, it's not being implemented.
Maduro is going like that on us. So let's go to Argentina. Javier Milei is the most pro-American president in the history of Argentina. He supports your agenda. Ukraine, Israel, anti-China, Venezuela, Cuba, Taiwan, open markets. I just sent to President Biden a letter asking for Argentina to be asked to be joined or to be put in the APEP. Would you consider putting them in that signature economic plan for Latin America?
In short, yes. I was in Argentina just a couple of months ago with President Milei. I think.
Lady's time is.
And we've
We
had
need more Malays in Latin America, don't you think, sir?
And I'm happy to look at your letter and certainly happy to consider that.
Wonderful.
The gentlelady's time's expired,
Thank you.
and I know she's got other countries to get through, Mr. Secretary, so she's going to send you those in writing. Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Secretary Blinken, for testifying today. I first want to talk about Sudan, where conditions are getting more horrific by the day. The RSF and SAF continue to encircle al-Fashir, where more than 1.8 million displaced people are trapped in what has been described as, quote, hell on earth, and is at imminent risk of famine. The UAE, a top buyer of U.S. arms, has continued to fuel this war by providing material support to the RSF, despite repeating urgings from the Biden administration, including, I know, your own entreaties. It's time, in my opinion, to take stronger action, which is why I'm introducing legislation that prohibits the transfer of U.S. arms to the UAE until the president can certify to Congress that the UAE is no longer transferring arms to the RSF. Now I want to turn to Israel. Hamas's attack on October 7th was despicable and inexcusable. And I've also been horrified by the Israeli military's response, which has reportedly killed over 30,000 Palestinians. So while I support President Biden's pause on the 2,000-pound bomb sales, I was also disappointed by NSM 20 report that laid out compelling evidence of law of war violations, but stopped short of making a conclusive determination. Meanwhile, we're seeing in recent reporting that in Rafah, the IDF has intensified airstrikes, deployed ground troops, and closed the Rafah border crossing. The UN has reported that over 500 civilians have already been killed and 450,000 Palestinians have been displaced. President Biden rightly drew a red line for U.S. Support on a full-scale invasion of Rafah. But I think it's unclear to the public the difference between what we're seeing now and what would be crossing that red line. So could you explain the difference to us, please?
What we're seeing now is an operation principally designed to take control of the border area, or at least parts of the border area between Egypt and Gaza, in order that the smuggling, the tunnels that are there, are taken out of action. And I understand that objective. At the same time, because it's been near Rafah and around Rafah, it has disrupted operations at the Rafah crossing, which have been critical to getting aid into people who so desperately need it. It also, for a time, disrupted operations at Kerem Shalom, although those have resumed. So we're working intensely with Israel and Egypt right now to try to get Rafah up and running again so that more can get in. It's more challenging in a combat environment.
Yeah, well, thank you for that clarification, and I hope we hold firm to the red line that President Biden has enumerated. As you know, I'm the ranking member of the Africa Subcommittee. I frequently travel to the continent and talk about human rights issues, and I'll be honest, I've been hearing a lot from our African partners that the U.S. is not consistent in living up to our values, that they don't feel like we're a good partner because they perceive we're not holding Israel to the same standards that we're holding them to. In the NSM 20 report, our own intelligence community assessed that Israel could do more to avoid civilian harm. Could you talk about specifically what we are urging Israel to do to mitigate and avoid civilian harm that they aren't already doing?
There are very detailed processes, procedures, lawyers who engage, for example, in the targeting decisions. And we've looked at over many months at the details of what on paper they're doing, but we see a gap between the stated intent of the policy and the actual results. Now, it's also a fact that is not always recognized that they're dealing in an environment, in a terrain that is almost unique because you have an enemy that hides behind and hides underneath civilians in apartment buildings, in hospitals, in mosques, in schools. And that makes what they're doing incredibly challenging. But from our perspective, we think it's imperative that a priority be placed on civilian protection and on making every possible effort to try to ensure that even in that usually challenged environment, civilians are not harmed and, relatedly, get the assistance they need to survive.
Yeah, well, I agree with you, and I would hope the department is leveraging the intel community's assessment to urge Israel to do more because, frankly, not only human lives, but our international reputation depends on it. Lastly, the NSM 20 report said that they didn't reach an affirmative conclusion about Israel's use of U.S. weapons because Israel's failure to share complete information. How are we addressing this lack of transparency?
Well, there are two things in the report. One goes to the use of any weapons provided by the United States, and there, as the report noted, based on the totality of the damage done, and the use of weapons, it's reasonable to assess that in some instances they acted in ways that were inconsistent with international humanitarian law. Those instances are all under investigation by us, but also critically by Israel itself. Separate from that is the provision of humanitarian assistance. And there, it's been important to get as much cooperation as possible on getting more access.
Thank you. Yield back.
Young lady yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Blinken, appreciate you being here. But I do have to express some deep concerns. You and the administration are holding munitions hostage from our ally Israel in what many believe is an effort to score a few political points in swing states like mine back home. And meanwhile, as an actual hostages being held, some of whom are American and documented to be Americans, that would be perceived by many of us as a complete slap in the face to those hostages who are yet being left behind. Meanwhile, oil profits in Iran have skyrocketed under your and the Biden tenure due to a lack of sanctions enforcement. I sit on the Financial Services Committee. I'm part of those sanctions, the creating of those. In 2020, Iran was exporting 400,000 barrels per day of oil. 2023, that has reached 2 million barrels a day. And what has changed, and why have the Ayatollahs decided to flip the switch under the Biden administration, is something that many of us have been concerned about and expressing. And meanwhile, we have a situation where the president of Iran went down in a helicopter crash, and one of your deputies at the UN and yourself had expressed condolences over this. I'm curious, is the world a safer place because of your efforts to offer respect to a leader who murdered, tortured, and exterminated thousands of Iranians, has been behind every proxy war that we've been involved in, which is responsible for American deaths? I mean, how is that bringing any respect? How is that advancing your agenda on the world stage?
Our views of Mr. Raisi and the horrific actions he took both as a judge and as a president in repressing his own people, our policies toward Iran, including working to impose sanctions on more than 600 individual entities, 200 in the petrochemical sector, none of that has changed or will change, as I mentioned earlier.
Why would you offer condolences and the official condolences of the United States government to somebody who has murdered our troops?
When the leader of another country dies, as in the past, this has often been the case, we've expressed official condolences, but it doesn't go to our feelings about that person or the actions that he's taken.
I wonder what my friend from Miami would think about us offering condolences to many of those Latin American leaders that we were just talking about. I think I know the answer because I would agree with her. In the meantime, I've introduced a resolution condemning this inappropriate decision by your department, and I urge all my colleagues to sign on to that. I'm going to transition to NATO here for a couple of minutes. Just last week, I did something that's rarely done here in the U.S. Congress. I united foreign diplomats and a few members on this committee who were in a bit of an uproar when I dared to mention that certain countries are not pulling their weight by meeting a 2% defense spending benchmark in the NATO alliance. It was certainly, I think, fair game on my end. It seemed a bit unexpected from them, especially when we see some countries heading in the wrong direction with their defense spending, literally going backwards in this. Do you believe your efforts will get the remaining 8 nations of Belgium, Canada, Spain, Luxembourg, Turkey, Slovenia, and Portugal across the 2% threshold by the agreed-upon 2024 timeline?
I think by the end of this year, Congressman, we'll probably have maybe 20 or 21 of the 32 allies that are across the 2% threshold. The others should have clear plans to achieve that threshold. We've gotten more countries to achieve
what about those nations that are offering no real timetable and instead are going backwards?
Yeah, we want to see them offer a timetable and make it clear how they're going to get to the 2%.
But how are you getting those conversations moving?
Believe me, we're engaged with them on a constant basis to get that done. And President Biden's been deeply engaged. I've been deeply engaged, and we've made significant progress in having well over now 2/3 of the alliance that will meet the mark. And we want to make sure that we have clear plans from the others to do it.
I guess I'm still not hearing what you are doing to make sure that those plans are being come forward. Are you demanding or requesting those plans to be presented?
We are certainly requesting them, yes.
And will you be sharing those with this committee?
As soon as we get information from partners about what they plan to do, and it's public information, we'll make it known.
Well, we have to. America is not safer abroad right now, whether it's our southern border or what's been happening in the Middle East. We need to make sure that we have a strong front on that. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your very dedicated service to our country and your tireless efforts to find a path forward in the Middle East. Secretary Blinken, what in the world happened with the ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas in Egypt? We were told first that Israel put a very, very good offer on the table with the approval of the U.S. Next, Hamas claimed that they accepted that offer. They blamed Israel for walking away. Then we recently met with the Egyptian ambassador, who blamed the failure of those talks on Israel. And today, we heard reports that the Egyptians actually changed the terms of the Israeli offer before relaying that offer to Hamas. We have hostage families desperate to see their loved ones. We have no proof of life for the majority of hostages. We have American families desperate for an agreement that will release their loved ones. And now we learn that Egypt, a country we give millions of dollars in aid every year, failed to accurately and honestly convey a good ceasefire offer and then put the blame on Israel when the talks failed. What's really going on there?
First of all, like you, I've met with so many of the hostage families repeatedly over these 7 or 8 months, and I am determined that we continue to do everything we possibly can to get them home with their loved ones. I know these people, and it's personal. Beyond that, what I can tell you is this. Both Egypt and Qatar have been intensely involved in the efforts to get a ceasefire hostage agreement. The last proposal that was put forward, and as I said, yes, it was a strong proposal by Israel that was put forward. Hamas said it agreed to it, but Hamas, made changes to the agreement that were unacceptable.
So
And
the
at that
Egyptians
point-
did not make changes to the agreement?
All I can tell you is the Egyptians have been an important partner in this effort, along with the Qataris, and we're continuing to try to get this agreement. I think it's the fastest way, of course, to get people home and to change the equation.
But the Israelis did not walk away from that,
The
from an
Israelis
agreement.
the Israelis did not walk away, and again, Hamas is responsible for not. Again, it shouldn't have taken a negotiation to get to this point.
Okay.
Hamas could have and should have given up the hostages, put down its weapons, come out of hiding, surrendered. All of this would have been over on day one.
Thank you. I have heard repeatedly that the U.S. wants to ensure that October 7th never happens again, and that we will do everything necessary to make sure that Israel can defend itself. And that's the term I keep hearing over and over. Do you consider Israel's war against Hamas to be a defensive war?
Yes, in the sense that it needs to ensure that Hamas cannot do what it did on October 7th again.
Okay, and do you consider Israel's fight against Hezbollah to be a defensive fight?
In terms of deterring it from attacking Israel, in terms of making sure that people who've been forced from their homes in northern Israel, and Israel's lost sovereignty over its own territory because people have been forced from their homes, yes, dealing with that threat is important.
Okay, in contrast to my colleague, I was surprised that the NSM 20 report clearly stated that there was no direct evidence that Israel has violated international law, and yet the report suggested that the high number of casualties reported by Hamas are akin to circumstantial evidence of violations. And I was particularly surprised by that because our own military experts have described Gaza as the most difficult battle space any military has faced in modern warfare. And isn't it reasonable to assume that that is a significant factor for the high level of casualties?
It's certainly a contributing factor, and the report makes that very clear. But I think we also have to hold ourselves, and Israel has to hold itself to the highest possible standards when it comes to preventing
But there was no
civilian
clear
casualties.
evidence of violation found, as
Again,
reported in that
in
report.
individual instances, many of them are being reviewed both by us
And they're being
by
reviewed
Israel.
by the Israelis, correct?
By the Israelis, that's also correct.
Okay, I want to move on to another subject. I was recently in Israel. I visited Kfar Aza and the site of the Hamas massacre at the Nova Music Festival. I last night saw the important film created by Sheryl Sandberg documenting once again the horrific sexual violence that was used by Hamas as a weapon of war against Israeli women and girls of all ages. Do you have any reason to doubt that Hamas used sexual violence, rape, mutilation, barbaric humiliation against Israelis as a weapon of war?
No.
Why do you think so many international organizations have been so slow to condemn that sexual violence, and so many people continue to deny that that sexual violence against Israelis took place?
It's a very good question. I don't have an answer for you.
Could it be anti-Semitism?
Again, I don't want to speculate, but it's a good question.
Gentlelady's
Thank you. I
time
yield
has
back.
expired. Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, here. I just have a simple question for you. Is the world safer under your tenure as Secretary?
I think the world is an incredibly dangerous place, but we're able to deal with it more effectively and in a more secure manner because we've rebuilt our alliances, created new ones. We have more partners.
How's our
to deal with
alliance
these
with our Afghan partners and allies? How's that going?
The ones that, the many that we've brought to the United States since withdrawing from Afghanistan.
Did deterrence fail Putin from invading Ukraine?
Putin was prevented because of our leadership in not erasing, preventing from erasing Ukraine from the map.
Should the invasion have happened?
I'm sorry.
Did deterrence fail? We had a whole panoply of threatened sanctions, isolation, diplomatic isolation. But at the end of the day, he still invaded.
He did indeed.
Failed.
And no. on the
Has
contrary,
deterrence failed Iran supporting terrorism and its terrorist organizations and attacking Israel?
Unfortunately, horrifically, Iran has supported terrorism for decades.
Mr. Secretary, I have here the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, the invasion of Ukraine, the unholy alliance between Russia and China, Hamas and Hezbollah attacks on Israel, Houthi attacking international shipping, hostages in Gaza, Iran flush with cash, the reemergence of ISIS-K now, 6 thwarted attacks in Europe, increased Chinese aggression, and the collapse of our influence in Central Africa and the Sahel. And we get 5 minutes for the million people I represent in a public hearing, and you're going to tell the American people with this list they're safer?
Let's go down that list. We ended America's longest war. We're better off for that. Russian invasion of Ukraine. We repelled it by bringing 50 countries together, getting the Ukrainians what they need to make sure that it couldn't be erased from the map. The cooperation between Russia and China.
Mr.
We've now
Secretary,
aligned more
you're a
countries
smart
in the world
man.
to
You
deal
cannot,
with
I mean,
China.
at some point you have to look back, take a step back, look in the mirror and say, our policies are failing.
No, I think just to the
Deterrence
contrary.
is crumbling.
I fully disagree
The American
with you.
people do not feel safer
Totally disagree.
around the world. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you agree with the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, who said publicly in October of 2023, the Middle East is quieter than it has been for decades?
In that moment, it was.
And then he stated it again, except you then stated just a few months later, would argue that we've not seen a situation as dangerous as the one we're facing now across the region. What did you get wrong? What did he get wrong?
I'd have to look at this. Well, first of all, again, in that moment, that was an accurate statement. Second, we've been.
Did you have your head in the sand?
We've been very.
Did Jake Sullivan have his head in the sand?
Again.
I mean, like literally, did he have his head in the sand to say the region was the most, really a braggadocious moment? It's pretty amazing then when you have to retract your own kind of treatise in foreign affairs and change the language after the entire region blows up. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?
On the contrary, I think what we've seen as well is a very effective effort to prevent the conflict that we've seen in Gaza from spreading as a result of American leadership.
But it's
We haven't
spreading. Hundreds of attacks on our bases. Tell that to the 3 American Gold Star families. Let me ask you this. Did the Iranian government offer condolences to our Gold Star families on their death? Did they?
I sincerely doubt it.
I doubt it. But we offer it to the man behind their murder, Raisi, right? Okay. Let me ask you one more, and this one is near and dear to my heart, and I've engaged you privately, I've engaged you publicly, I've asked you about a particular SIV that is literally hiding day in and day out, being hunted by the Taliban. And I've gotten no response, Mr. Secretary, and that man is being hunted down as we speak, who stood and fought with us.
Can I come back? Let's take that up. Can I come back to you on that? 'Cause
Please.
I want to make sure.
I mean, I'm begging you in public for this man because I'm waiting for the moment when his family tells me
Let me
he's
make sure
dead.
I come back to you on that.
But more broadly, your department has testified they're processing 1,000 a month, 1,000 SIVs a month. At that rate, with the 125,000 that we're looking at 12 years. Is that acceptable as these people are being hunted down by the Taliban?
We've issued, since withdrawing from Afghanistan, we issued 45,000 SIVs.
Is 12 years acceptable to get our allies out?
I want to do it faster.
The yes
more
or no
efficiently.
question, is 12 years
No,
acceptable?
we ought to be able to do it faster, but the part of that is
I
getting
would just
people-
think that would be a simple no.
Well, no, of course, we want to make sure that I'd like to get everyone
10
here
years?
tomorrow, but you've got to get people out of the country.
5
You
years?
have to- It's not a question of our processing ability, it's the ability to get them out
For
of the
the
country.
veterans groups that are literally exhausting their own savings as the Taliban receives aid, portions of our aid, by the way, for these veterans groups, some of which have exhausted their kids' 529 plans, their savings plans, still trying to get these people out, what expectation can we give them?
Gentleman's
The
time
the expectation is that we are working every single day to do that. I hope the program, by the way, it gets extended through 26 because we desperately need it.
We'll
We
get
need
the more numbers, but if it takes 10 years to
Gentleman's time's
to get
expired.
there,
And if you can increase the cap too.
we'll get it
Chair-
for you.
The chair now recognizes
And we'll
the,
follow up on,
Okay,
okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
the chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick.
Thank you so
5
much.
minutes.
Thank you so much for being here, Secretary Blinken. I have a few questions for you about what's going on in Haiti. We've heard a lot of conversation during this hearing about holding back funds, partisan stalling tactics. But as we see right now with the MSS program, the U.S. has pledged over $300 million, of which $80 million is being withheld by Republicans who are sitting on this committee right now. And it's unfortunate that I haven't heard of anyone on the Republican side actually mention what's going on in Haiti, where we have more than 1.4 million people who are actually facing a famine. We have close to 400,000 people who have been displaced, and then we have gross acts of violence against women, girls, and boys every single day. And so my question to you really has to go down to, now what is going to be the cause, the impact of the delay of the funding to Haiti's MSS program?
Well, the delay of the funding would mean that potentially the program can't go forward, and that we have, I think, a very important opportunity to turn things around and help the Haitian people turn things around by giving the Haitian National Police the support they need to fully and finally regain control of Port-au-Prince, the capital city, to deal more effectively with the gangs, to allow democracy to move forward in terms of an election, to allow humanitarian assistance and development aid to move forward, because in the absence of having control over the basic transportation hubs and infrastructure, none of that can happen. And we have countries that have stood up that are willing to take on this mission of supporting the police in a time-limited fashion, starting with Kenya, and President Ruto's here right now. But if we don't have that funding, we won't be able to support the program. And as I mentioned earlier, this is not America policing the world, because we don't have Americans on the ground doing this. We have others who've stepped up to do it, but we need to give them the support that they need
Well,
to do this
I don't
mission.
mean to interrupt you, but talking about President Ruto, I spoke to him today, and he spoke about Kenya's commitment to helping Haiti and making sure that the Kenyan forces and the other forces have everything they need, which brings me to my next observation. When I speak to the leaders of other countries who have pledged their troops, who have pledged their dollars, they're questioning our commitment to this commitment to Haiti, who is our ally, which is another concern that I have, is that no one on the Republican side talked about our commitment and responsibility to Haiti, which is in our backyard, and who is actually our ally also, and how we're making, I mean, their actions by holding back funds is actually putting us in a position of weakness. And we see this playing out. Have you heard concerns from other countries about the ambivalence of the Republicans releasing the funds?
Well, I don't think they talk about it in terms of parties, but they are concerned with our ability to come forward with the funds that we've committed to this effort, because we have a good number of countries who've come forward to make their own pledges, about $100 million, close to $100 million. And if they see that we're not moving forward with ours, they may pull back on theirs.
And has it been clear what they're asking for before they release the funding?
Yes, they'd like to make sure that the funds that we've committed, including the funds that are currently with Congress,
No,
actually go forward.
has the funds that the Republicans are withholding, have they made clear what they're looking for before they actually release the funds?
Well, I don't want to speak for anyone else. That wouldn't be appropriate. But we've had many briefings, discussions, conversations
So to my
going over the
understanding, we've
plans. And of
had-
course, it's totally appropriate for Congress to want to make sure that it sees and understands the plans and what the program is, and we've brought forward that information.
So to my understanding, we've had over 80 briefings on the situation in Haiti and what's going to happen with the MSS, the
that sounds
goals.
right.
And we've outlined the safeguards and what's going on in Haiti, is that correct?
That sounds right.
So do you feel like 80 briefing is sufficient for you to be confident to actually release the
I would hope
funding?
so.
So would you infer that the real reason they're holding back the funding is because of political games that they're playing?
I don't want to infer
But a
anything. I think
reasonable
it's
person
important
could
that,
infer that.
that, again, we move forward with this. Look, I understand.
And so what is the timing? So if they're holding back funding, how much time do you think we have before the funds have to be released?
The timing is now. The mission is ready to go forward. The canyons are ready to proceed. So the timing is now. We really need to move forward on this in the coming weeks.
And so before I run out of time, could you articulate the administration's position on Hope Help and how it can help Haiti, especially in this economic downturn right
I
now?
think this is a vital program in terms of giving an appropriate trade preference to the apparel sector in Haiti, which is the leading sector. We've already seen employment in that sector because of the downturn, the crisis that Haiti has faced, go from about 50,000 to 30,000 people. This is a huge opportunity to give young people
seconds, could you please
an
articulate?
opportunity.
I'm sorry, for my last 3 seconds, could you please articulate how soon do you need the money to be released to actually save Haitian lives?
Really in the coming days or weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. Mr. Secretary, I'm going to recognize one more member of Congress before we recess very briefly for a quick, we might be able to get two in. And then we're going to recess briefly for a few very short votes. My hope is to get everyone back here at 5:20. You know, we've got about maybe 15 or more members that are really have waited a year to talk to you, sir. I'm hoping that you can accommodate those that are willing to come back.
Look, I want to do everything I can to accommodate people, but as I told the chairman coming in, I have a hard stop at 5:30, so whatever we can do between now and 5:30. I know you have commitments to vote. I unfortunately have commitments.
We'll get moving now, and then if we can come up with some kind of accommodation for those that aren't able to ask questions, we'll figure that out.
Of course.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, thank you for taking the time to be with us today. Mr. Secretary, during your recent visit to Ukraine, you said, quote, "We have not encouraged or enabled strikes outside Ukraine, but ultimately Ukraine has to make decisions for itself about how it's going to conduct this war," end of quote. When I met with President Zelensky here in the Capitol last year, when I was in Ukraine earlier this year, a couple weeks back on a bipartisan trip that I led to Kyiv, in both instances and throughout this course of this entire war, President Zelensky has been pushing for more longer-range ATACMS, for the Repo Act, and at every single time the Biden administration, and these instances and many others, delayed and did not support those endeavors. I agree with you that Ukraine has a sovereign right to conduct this war as they see fit. However, they will not be able to do so if they are worried that this administration will publicly rebuke them afterwards, as you did when Ukraine struck Russian oil refineries earlier this year. They must know that America truly supports their need to fight this war as they see fit. Will this administration explicitly allow Ukraine to strike targets in Russian territory and Russian airspace?
Congressman, as you may know, I was just there about 10 days ago, spent a lot of time with President Zelensky, other leaders, and I'm determined to make sure that they have what they need to effectively defend themselves. And we're in an ongoing conversation about them in terms of what that requires at any given time. We have, to date, not endorsed or enabled strikes outside of Ukrainian territory. We're always open to conversations with them to see what they need and the decisions that they make, what we can do to support them throughout this 2 years, more than 2 years now. We've worked to get them what they need, when they need it, to be as effective as possible in repelling the Russians.
Respectfully, this administration has with frequency delayed the weapons that President Zelensky has needed in a timely fashion to actually accomplish the mission of defeating Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. I urge you to reverse this dangerous policy. Russia has fought this war with gloves off since day one, and we cannot continue to tie Ukraine's hands. Has the administration indicated to Israel any limitations on its use of U.S. origin weapons against Hezbollah? as it has with Hamas in Rafah?
Against Hezbollah? No.
Well, the administration has made it clear that they do not want Israel to decisively win its war against Hamas.
Oh, we do. We do. I think we
Hamas
we
started
very much do.
because they do not want Israel to undertake a significant operation.
The question
in
is whether
Rafah.
that will be effective and whether that will be enduring. We believe we have a better way to deal with a problem we both agree has to be dealt
What
with,
is your,
and that is Hamas.
if I may,
Please.
what is the administration's current policy regarding the acceptable end state that is the evil that is Hamas at the end of this war if you do not support a Rafah operation?
We do not want to see Hamas governing Gaza. We do not want to see Hamas representing an ongoing threat to Israel, the ability to repeat what happened on October 7th. And we're united in that goal. The question is how best, how most effectively to achieve it in a way that's enduring.
By delaying Israel the weaponry necessary to defeat the evil threat that is Hamas, you are hurting the situation, not helping it. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In about 2 weeks, the people of Mexico will head to the polls to elect a new president. The outcome will have wide-ranging impacts in my home state of Arizona and the entire United States. Arizona, America, and Mexico's fates are intertwined, not just as geographic neighbors, but as strategic partners in tackling increased global migration, illicit fentanyl trafficking, and water scarcity on both sides of the border. There are incredible opportunities before us. Mexico recently overtook China to become America's largest trading partner as President Biden and congressional leaders work to bring advanced manufacturing back to the U.S. Nearshoring supply chain components in Mexico and Latin America becomes all the more critical, particularly for national security. Secretary Blinken, I have a few questions about the outcome of the Mexican elections and how they might impact U.S.-Mexico relationship, and I ask you to keep your answers brief for timeliness. First, a record number of migrants crossing the U.S.-Mexico border has severely strained Arizona's state and local resources. We have to reestablish operational control of the southern border, and Mexico needs to do a lot more to manage U.S.-bound migration. Mr. Secretary, how does the department intend to work with the new Mexican government to limit migrants transiting through the country?
We're already working intensely with the current government. That will continue under the next government, whatever it is. We've seen a decrease in migrant encounters from Mexico since December, going down from about 11 or 12,000 to 4 or 5,000. We want to do even more. And by the way, I think the bill that currently before Congress would be an important step in that direction.
We hope that bill gets a hearing on our side of the Capitol. Illicit fentanyl is devastating American communities, almost all of it produced by Mexican drug cartels with precursor chemicals imported from China. A fact the current president of Mexico has repeatedly refused to acknowledge. Tough diplomacy brought China back to the negotiating table last year on this critical issue. How will the department work with the incoming Mexican administration to halt the import of Chinese precursor chemicals?
Again, we've been working intensely with the current Mexican government on that. We've seen increased collaboration in terms of trying to bust up the criminal cartels, the enterprises on the Mexican side of the border. We've seen enhancements to the border itself in terms of screening technology to try to catch the fentanyl before it gets across the border. We have a whole of government approach. We're not only engaging the Mexican law enforcement authorities, but the regulatory authorities and others to make sure that their own companies are not engaged in the illicit diversion of these chemical precursors. And I have to say, I think the cooperation has increased significantly, and of course we want to do even more, and that will continue, that needs to continue, irrespective of the new government.
A secure global semiconductor supply chain is essential to the success of domestic investments made under the CHIPS Act. I've introduced H.R. 8414, the Bipartisan Semiconductor Supply Chain Security and Diversification Act, to promote investment in a regional semiconductor ecosystem in Latin America. There are ample opportunities for the United States and other foreign companies to nearshore operations in Mexico, particularly in the semiconductor supply chain. However, I've heard from CEOs of major corporations concerned about the threat of violence and extortion from Mexican drug cartels, which President López Obrador has not adequately confronted. How will the State Department encourage the new Mexican administration to counter the drug cartel's violent crime and reassure American businesses evaluating the viability of Mexico as a nearshoring destination?
We've made exactly that argument to the current government, which is there's a tremendous opportunity, exactly as you've described, to nearshore, to have Mexico be a critical part of the supply chain. But the business environment itself, including the regulatory environment, and making sure that the private sector can do what it needs to is critical. And yes, the security environment is critical as well.
Finally, water security is critical to the desert Southwest, and Mexico has been a key partner on the Colorado River. While Mexico's recent commitment to additional water conservation is helpful, we simply cannot solve this crisis without a long-term solution that ensures cuts are shared among all basin users, including our friends in Mexico. Mr. Secretary, what steps is the U.S. taking to make sure Mexico will share in the pain and conserve the water necessary to protect the system in the long term?
Yeah, I fully agree with you on that, and we've been very much engaged on that. They're not meeting their water delivery commitments to the United States under the 1944 treaty that we have, as you know well and have been very engaged on. Delivering right now, the amount of water at the 3-year mark of their 5-year commitment is way below where it needs to be, and it's unlikely they can meet what they need to do by the end of the 5 years. We've engaged intensely on this, including recently with President López Obrador, with the foreign minister. I saw her just a couple of weeks ago on this. The officials, the state officials in Tamaulipas and Chihuahua, and we want to see this get done. It's imperative that it happen. They also, I think, have told us that their own elections may be what's an impediment to getting this done. The elections are June the 2nd. So let's see where we are after June the 2nd.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Secretary, do you agree with Senator Schumer's call for regime change in Israel?
No. Well, let me say this. I don't, I'm not sure what call you're referring to, but in
Senator
terms of regime
Schumer stood
change,
on the Senate floor, I'm sure you saw the speech, and demanded regime change in Israel.
That's not for.
Do you agree with Senator Schumer?
Not for us to decide who Israel's government is.
So yes or no, do you agree?
I didn't. That's not what I heard him say. But regardless, it's not for us to decide who Israel's government is.
Do you agree with Nancy Pelosi that Prime Minister Netanyahu should resign?
Again, it's not for us to say. These are decisions for the Israelis to make.
Do you agree with the Hamas Ministry of Health's death toll?
The precise figures we can't validate. The general number of dead, wounded, injured. We know it's the toll is terrible, and the Israelis acknowledge that themselves.
So we don't have an actual count?
A precise number? No, it's almost impossible to get a precise number in the midst of a war.
So on the decisions that the administration has made with respect to providing Israel lethal aid, what are you using as a metrics to make the determination?
Oh, we have our evaluations, we have our assessments that are not simply what the Hamas ministry is putting out, but our own intelligence, information from a variety of sources.
So do you reject the Hamas Ministry of Health's numbers?
In terms of the precision of the numbers, I can't validate those numbers, but generally speaking, the rough number
is
of
the
total
position
deaths,
of the State Department that they're not accurate?
again, are they accurate to the person? Of course, we can't validate that. It's impossible to do that.
The United Nations recently revised down the death toll by almost 50%. Do you believe that to be accurate?
Again, those with absolute precision, we can't say. But listen, if it's 14,000 children or 7,000 children, it's still 7,000 children too many.
Do you blame Israel or Hamas for that?
I blame Hamas has created this the crossfire that so many of these people are caught up in.
Okay, you agree they use their own innocent civilians as human shields,
I do,
correct?
but I also believe that Israel must maximize every possible effort to protect civilians.
Well,
and try
didn't
to
the
do
State
it.
Department put out a report saying that they are?
We put out a report that went through this in some detail, both in terms of the use of weapons and also humanitarian
And what
assistance.
did your report find? Is Israel using maximum care or no?
Our report found that based on the totality of damage that's been done, it's reasonable to assess that in some instances, Israel has acted in ways that are not in accordance with international humanitarian law. Those instances are under a review and investigation by us, but also critically by Israel. And that's the important point as well. It has the ability to self-police, and we have to hold ourselves, whether it's Israel, the United States, or any other democracy, to the highest possible standards in war, even a war that was brought to them by a vicious terrorist group and one that engages in practices like hiding behind civilians. Even there, they and we have an obligation to do everything possible to make sure that, to the best of our ability, civilians are not harmed.
And do you think that they're doing that to the best of their abilities?
I think that there's a gap between the intent that's stated to do that and some of the results that we've seen, and we want to make sure that that gap is closed.
So do you believe Israel is committing a genocide?
No.
Okay. Why did the State Department mourn the death of President Raisi?
We've offered official condolences in the past when countries lose their leaders. That doesn't change in any way the fact that Mr. Raisi horrifically repressed his own people as a judge and then as president of the country. It doesn't change in any way our policy toward Iran.
You agree Iran is the greatest state sponsor of terror, correct?
If it's not number one, it's certainly very near the top of the list.
Okay, and do you agree that they fund Hamas about roughly 93% of their budget?
Hamas has been significantly funded by Iran. Of course, Hamas has also been funded by other sources, but Iran, yes, is a significant
Do you
funder.
believe that Iran and its proxies, Hamas, want to wipe Israel off the face of the earth?
I do.
You agree that's their stated goal?
That's their stated goal. You're right.
Okay, so if you know that's their stated goal, number one, why would we recognize the death of the butcher of Tehran? And number two, why are you withholding weapons and making it harder for Israel to defend itself, knowing full well, as you just testified, that Iran and Hamas want to wipe Israel off the face of the earth?
Yes, and we've done everything that we can do to make sure that Israel has the means to deal effectively with Hamas, including making sure October 7th never happens again. The question is, what is the best way to get an enduring resolution to the problem of Hamas? We have different views on...
The best way to do it is for Hamas to surrender and release the hostages,
Yes,
is it not?
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
So this administration has been an abject disaster when it comes to Iran. Since Joe Biden took office, Iranian petroleum sales are up $88 billion. It's why I fought to get my bill, the SHIP Act, and the Iran-China Energy Sanctions Act passed. Are you prepared to enact these into law as part of the administration? And what steps have been taken since this bill was passed weeks ago to start enacting the SHIP Act?
We have found and deemed as blocked more than 50 ships. We'll continue to identify others. We're working to deflag ships so that they can't move and get services from port to port to get at the fleet that is conducting the illicit trade in oil and petrochemical products.
And you agree China is the biggest purchaser of Iranian petroleum?
China is certainly, again, either at the top of the list or near it. Yes.
Thank you. My time has expired. I now recognize Madeleine Dean for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for being here today, for your years of faithful service, for your testimony, for your budget requests that I support. I wanted to just start with Ukraine. So much of the focus has been on what's the needs of today. What does Ukraine need today? And I was just there in February with other members. But I want to clear up something by way of a simple comparison and contrast. There's been a lot of criticism today about Israel and the pause by the administration on the single shipment, 1,800, 2,000-pound dumb bombs. Did that pause, does that pause put Israel at any risk of not being able to defend itself, of being short of the military equipment it requires?
It does not.
Not at all?
No.
Israel has what it needs.
Yes.
By contrast, as I said, I went to Ukraine in February. Right after we passed the supplemental, I could see in President Zelensky's eyes, in the generals and military members' eyes, that look of we're off the edge of desperation. Did the majority 6-month waiting to get the supplemental across, did that jeopardize Ukraine's ability to defend itself?
Well, I think for whatever the reason, the 6-month delay in getting the supplemental did have real consequences on the battlefield in terms of creating an environment in which Russia could do more damage to Ukraine. Now, happily, the supplemental is there. It was approved on an overwhelming bipartisan basis. That's a very good thing. And we're working every single day to move that assistance out to the Ukrainians who need it.
Absolutely, and I thank you for your leadership. I thank the Chairman McCall for his leadership in pushing the supplemental across. I'd like to look to the future. And you from day one, and the administration from day one has said, for example, in Ukraine, what does the future look like? And rebuilding. President Zelensky in our meeting thanked us for the Repo Act, for the freezing of Russian assets with a future of using those assets for rebuilding. Mm-hmm. We met with the American Chamber. They see the extraordinary need and opportunity. You said in your remarks in Kyiv just last week, I think it was, quote, "There is one more crucial step we can take, making Russia pay for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. What Putin destroyed, Russia should and must pay to rebuild. It's what international law demands. It's what the Ukrainian people deserve. Our Congress has given us the power to seize Russian assets in the United States. We intend to use it," end quote.
Yes.
What steps has the State Department taken toward making Russia pay for reconstruction in Ukraine? What plans does state have to use those authorities granted to it? How are you working with partner nations to unlock more money? And Zelensky the president spoke directly about this, that we are a model in use of the Repo Act, but we have $5 or $6 billion, whereas Europe is sitting on hundreds of billions.
That's right.
Can you tell us?
That's exactly right. First of all, I applaud the Repo Act and appreciate the leadership in getting that done. Second, we've been using that and using our diplomacy to rally other countries, particularly the countries where these assets are located. They're the ones who ultimately have to agree to this, to enable their use. Now, we've had, I think, one initial important step forward just a couple of days ago. The European Union has now agreed that the interest generated by the sovereign assets in Europe can be used and given to Ukraine to support and to rebuild. But what we'd like to see happen now is to find a way to, in one way or another, in effect, use the principle. And one of the things that we're looking at, and I hope that by the G7 meeting that the President will attend, we can make progress on that, is to, in effect, use the principle as collateral for a loan, a bond, that would generate significant monies now for Ukraine to help it get started on the rebuild.
I certainly hope so also. The principle must be used. Russia must pay for the rebuilding of Ukraine. And I know my colleague, Ms. Manning, asked you about the hostages, and I wear this. It was given to me by a hostage family. We all have met with many of the hostage families. I think of them every single day. I can't understand how the world has not come around and said, Hamas, you must release all of the hostages, living and dead. What's the clearest statement of where we stand with the hostage negotiations now?
Like you, I am determined every single day to get them back home, to get them with their families. And I know the families. I've met with them many times here in the United States and Israel, as is President Biden. And we have come close, I think, to reaching agreements that would get a ceasefire and the hostages released and hopefully start a process that moves to a more enduring peace and security for Israel, for the Palestinians. But in the most recent go-around on this, Hamas did not say yes to what I thought was a very generous and appropriate proposal coming from Israel. So we continue to be at it. CIA Director Bill Burns, myself, other White House officials, working on this, working with Qatar and Egypt. We continue to have officials who are talking about this, and we will continue to make the hardest possible run at it. But in this moment, unfortunately, we do not have the agreement that we should have.
I thank you for your work. Godspeed, and bring home the hostages. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Secretary, I just want to pick up where Mr. Waltz left off. I couldn't have said that better. So I'm going to focus on different parts of the world. America is less free, less safe, more burdened by debt under, frankly, your leadership in this administration's. That's really, unfortunately, the macro trend since the end of the Cold War. We really haven't managed it well. And part of the reason is China has really responded to the end of the Cold War just fine. They've really focused on China's national security, and they've managed to be at peace. The United States has focused everywhere else in the world but China. I think a lot of my other colleagues have addressed Pacific concerns, but I want to focus right here in our own hemisphere. Do you still believe that the Monroe Doctrine has any relevance for the direction of security in our own hemisphere?
I'll have to come back to you on that in terms of refreshing my memory on the details of the Monroe Doctrine. What I can tell you is two things. One, in terms of China, we're in a much stronger position than we were 3 years ago.
Let me focus not on China, like I said, on our own hemisphere. So let me just, here's the cliff notes. Should we pay more attention to our own hemisphere than to other parts of the world?
We're paying intense.
Does the border with the United States and Mexico matter?
It does, and I hope
does the border with Guatemala and Mexico matter?
Congress now will be voted on because that would improve.
Does China's expansion into South America matter to the United States? Because we used to care when other countries came in to this sphere more than we cared where they went over in their own parts of the world.
We've been more focused on this hemisphere than any previous administration I can think of, including, by the way, administrations I participated in.
Look, I will commend you on using fishing rights off of Ecuador to push China out of that region. I can say, hey, there's been a win, maybe not much more than that, but we haven't done much to counter China's influence all over this hemisphere. And notably with cartel, is there any illicit finance going into Mexico?
Oh, certainly. Illicit finance going to Mexico, yes.
What are we doing about it?
We're engaged with the Mexicans virtually every
We
single day.
sanctioned
to try
any
to-
financial institution?
We've sanctioned people, and we've also, beyond sanctioning people, we've worked to give Mexico the assets, the authorities, the capacities they need to help take down these cartels, to disrupt the financing.
How's that turning out? Are we taking
Actually,
down the
we've seen-
cartels?
We've seen significant progress over the last 3 years. Yes, in taking down cartels, disrupting drug supply, seizing more fentanyl the last couple of years than,
Okay,
than ever
so
before.
here's the
But-
thing. The cartels under the Trump administration were trafficking humans across the border, and the New York Times say that Trump administration, they were making around $500 million a year. 1.5 years in, so that's at the midway point from here back, the Biden administration, they said that the cartels are making over $13 billion a year smuggling people across the border. Is that helping rein in the cartels by what you're doing to stop the cartels? Why wouldn't you reverse the Remain in Mexico policy?
Well, again, I would commend to the Congress the bill that is before it that I think.
No, that doesn't reverse the policy. That just funds more illegals everywhere in the country and actually puts a cap on the future administration for getting them out. Let me turn to the influence that is going on in Guatemala. You were recently there, and just before your visit, members of the Guatemalan Congress were threatened by our embassy there that they would lose their U.S. visas, and their kids who are studying here would lose their visas to study in America if they didn't support removal of Guatemala's Attorney General. Do you think the United States should be manipulating members of a foreign Congress in this manner?
Not a question of manipulating members of foreign Congress. It's the fact that in the recent election in Guatemala, there was a very strong attempt made to prevent the democratically elected president of Guatemala from taking office. There was an attempt to disrupt the inauguration of that president. And if we stand for democracy anywhere, we have to stand for it everywhere, including in Guatemala.
So is the State Department's opposition to the Attorney General at all related to her recent investigations to determine if the Biden administration's complicit in the trafficking of children into the United States? Nothing to do with that? Correlation, not causation?
That is absurd.
Good to hear. One question about NATO. NATO is front and center for the war in Ukraine. Back when CIA Director Burns said this in February of 2008, quote, Ukrainian entry into NATO is the brightest of all red lines for the Russian elite, not just Putin. In my more than 2.5 years of conversations with key Russian players, from knuckle draggers in the dark recesses of the Kremlin to Putin's sharpest liberal critics, I have yet to find anyone who views Ukraine and NATO as anything other than a direct challenge to Russia's interest. Today's Russia will respond. Do you believe Mr. Burns' assessment was accurate?
What year was that? I'm sorry?
2008.
It may have been at the time. I think we've seen everything we've seen since from Russia and from Mr. Putin certainly argues in the other direction.
No, it says that it's really important to them. They're literally invaded. I mean, if you look, you left Afghanistan on August 31st of 2021, and on September 1st, you entered into a strategic partnership with Ukraine to support their membership in NATO. And then you continued to escalate, and Vladimir Putin invaded there. That doesn't excuse his invasion, but it's clearly a red line. I wish I had more time. I yield my time back, and I now recognize the gentleman, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to retread ground that we've already covered, although I do find it somewhat hypocritical to be Monday morning quarterbacking our situation in Ukraine when, in fact, a majority of our colleagues on the other side delayed for 5 months that assistance that Ukraine could have used at the time that would have, I think, prevented the current offensive that we see Russia taking place. Since you just came back from Ukraine, I'd like you to highlight in the next 6 months, I mean, I think we've done, to be fair, micromanaging in the West Wing that was unnecessary. I mean, we've pushed a lot of things, whether they be ATACMS, whether they be the F-16s, only to see the administration finally agree, but months later. We can't continue that. What are your assessment on what we're going to be able to do in the next 6 months in terms of the ATACMS, in terms of the F-16 pilots, the most recent request today by President Zelensky, to move this in an expeditious way as possible.
Well, thank you. And look, all along, we've been working to make sure that the Ukrainians have what they need when they need it and can use it effectively. And as I've mentioned before, the challenge with any given weapon system is making sure not only that they get the weapon, but that they have people trained and know how to use it, that they have the ability to
These
maintain it.
Ukrainians are the MacGyvers of the, let's be clear about that.
They are, but we want to make sure that they have the ability to do that, including the training is also very critical. But the ATACMS are there, and they are having an effect, and will continue as we go along.
And in terms of the self-defense with Kharkiv right now, I mean, it is nonsense to believe that they're attacking from Russian soil and that we can't prevent that in terms of a defensive means to protect these people. Putin's a war criminal. He's bombing hospitals and kidnapping children and schools. We've got to allow the Ukrainians to defend themselves.
And again, Ukraine is going to make the decisions it needs to make to defend itself. I want to make sure that they have everything they need to do that.
And the self-defense protection for cities like Kharkiv and Odessa and us, there are batteries of Iron Domes out there that have been identified. Are we doing everything we can to provide them with that support?
I have been looking under every couch, every cushion, to help find Patriot systems, other air defense systems, to get to the Ukrainians, and we continue to do that every day. We need more air defenses. There's no question about that.
Well, I want to continue to work with you on that effort. Let me move to another part of the neighborhood, Armenia. What Azerbaijan has done is unconscionable with the natives of Nagorno-Karabakh. We've increased the humanitarian assistance from 15 million to 65 million. But I think that Armenia's requested an additional $200 million in assistance. And the Congressional Armenian Caucus has sent you a letter to that effect. Where are we on that?
So we're looking at a series of requests from Armenia to see what we can do to strengthen even more our support and cooperation with Armenia. I met with Prime Minister Pashinyan just a few weeks ago in Brussels with the head of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, precisely to look at what more we and the EU can do to support Armenia. And we'll be moving forward, I think, on a number of different areas. Prime Minister Pashinyan's done an extraordinary job leading his country in very, very difficult times. We want to make sure that we're getting people the support they need, including those who have left Nagorno-Karabakh.
But I don't think we've used our leverage with Azerbaijan. I mean, this defense agreement that we have with them, when they have violated so many of their agreements with Armenia, I think it's reprehensible what Azerbaijan has done.
I think the best thing that can happen is they have made progress, Armenia and Azerbaijan, on a peace agreement. And if that agreement can be reached, I think that's the thing that stands both Armenia, Azerbaijan, and the whole region in the best stead. So
Mr. Secretary, you and I guess, differ on this. I don't trust Azerbaijan.
Well, always, as someone once said, trust but verify.
Well, I agree. Let me just close. I think that in terms of America's challenges that we face in the world, this is a seminal moment that we're living in world history. Has been for the last several years. And the decisions that we make today, historians will look back 20 years from now. Hopefully we make more good decisions than poor decisions. What are your priorities in terms of the decisions we're making in the next 6 months to make sure that we make more good ones than poor ones during this seminal moment with the challenges of Russia and China and this difficult world we're living in?
We want to make sure, and our budget reflects this, that we can continue what's been very successful in terms of dealing with the challenges posed by China, and that is making the necessary investments in ourselves, aligning even more closely with our allies and partners, because the combined weight that we bring to dealing with challenges posed by China when we're together is much greater than any one of us doing alone. We've had real success with that. We need to continue doing that. We need to continue the support for Ukraine so that it can deal effectively with the aggression coming from Russia, as well as help set Ukraine up for success, long-term success. To win. And win also means having a successful country, one that is militarily, economically, and democratically strong, and that can resist further aggression.
And I might add, we need to work together in a bipartisan fashion.
We would welcome that, as always.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I thank the Secretary for valuable testimony and members for their questions. Members of the committee, particularly those who couldn't stay here, may have some additional questions for the Secretary. We ask you to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to committee rules, all members may have 5 days to submit statements, questions, and extraneous materials for the record, subject to the length limitations. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.